The Word of God teaches us the Holy Ghost fell on the day of Pentecost. And the scripture says there appeared unto them cloven tongues like as of fire. And it sat upon each of them. So I want to sing this today. Sit on me, Jesus. Like cloven tongues. Say it, sing.
Greetings, everybody. This is your Brother Dunbar, here with another episode of Exposing the Works of Darkness with Brother Dunbar. Tonight's episode is going to be about the announcement of Boston raising taxes. Who foots the bill? Who's behind footing the bill for taxes being raised? Kind of want to go into a deep dive on how it works, because a lot of people misunderstand how taxes and they hear raw figures. And these raw figures are reflectant of many different scenarios, many different ways, and reasons behind why it happens. It's not as simple as, oh, hey, we're taxing the poor and not the rich. It's not that simple. It's very complex. So I have a couple videos that really kind of simplify from a couple different gentlemen who did a really good job in breaking it down and why it happens and how it works and the reality, because I want everybody to understand when they hear mayors, governors, presidents, when they use certain language, I want them to be able to understand and see the reality in the matter, right? Because it's important. Because we hear slogans and what they run on and what they stand for and this and that. So this is, I'm trying to gear a little bit of this towards that so all the viewers can understand and be better educated. Because a better educated person in these regards will do better. It's like Pastor Jennings says, knowledge is power, right? And also, he says if people would have good teaching, they would be better prepared to know the dupe spiritually when they see it, right? Same thing with the natural. I want, it's so it goes on both sides, the natural and the spiritual. You can be duped in the natural about natural things, right? Because taxes and money is a natural thing. It's not a spiritual thing. So being equipped in that manner is very important. It's taken me quite some years to understand, and I'm still learning more, and I love it. But I've done lots of years of research on these types of things. As I mentioned in my previous video, I love economics. There's something about it that piques my interests. I've always been good with seeing and hearing numbers and being able to tie things together. It's just a gift that I've been given. I can tie the ins and outs between it. I can figure it out just by numbers and I'll just know what sounds right and what doesn't. So, I wanna dive into this, and I do want to announce that I have been yesterday on my many miles. Oh, and I also want to apologize for not being available last night. I had plans to. It took a little longer with my youngest son. It was his 13th birthday. Took a little longer than anticipated, but nevertheless, it was a wonderful time with him and my oldest and his grandparents and things like that. So it was nice. But I was listening to some other things that kind of go with the last live in regards to the fraud within the SNAP benefits, and kind of caught me off guard, the vast amount of fraud that's been going on nationwide. So I do want to tackle a little more of that on another one of my lives, as well as the Obamacare fraud. And there was a great video with documents and statistics that really broke down the fraud in Obamacare and why the Democratic Party does what they do. So we'll tackle some of that as well. And I want to greet Sister Tanya Bond. Peace and blessings. Anyone in the back listening, peace and blessings unto you. Lord willing, Brother Ham will come and join because this is up in his wheelhouse, and this is something which is another reason I was talking to him. And he was a little too tired. I was going to do it at about 10:30 last night, but he was a little too tired, and I wanted him to be a part of it because I believe he has a lot of good information to share as well. Lord willing, will the other brothers will chime in if they come. I would love to hear what they think about it, especially ones that are in the Boston area, right? We have brothers and sisters that I would like them to hear and chime in on it. So we'll get into this video. I'm not too familiar with these gentlemen here, but I did listen to the video, and I thought the information was good. And I want you guys to hear a little bit about this, and we'll pause in between and kind of go from there, right? And I want you guys to feel free to, add your comments or questions or whatever, you're thinking, okay? Because this is important. This is something that is important. And this isn't just strictly to Boston. This goes to lots of major cities that you may not know. So here we go.
I know nobody really has a crystal ball here, but what do you anticipate will happen in the next couple of months?
Yeah, I'm very, very grateful that we reached a consensus. This proposal would protect residents and avoid a gigantic spike in residential property taxes, while commercial taxes still go down as well, but it just moderates and preserves balance.
We all know the cost of housing is too high. That means residential property owners are set to pay their highest share, an increase of $780 for the average single-family homeowner. Next year, because of state law, corporations are set to pay their lowest share of property taxes in the last 43 years.
This is the most disingenuous thing I've seen in a long time. I think what she really meant to say is that under her watch, Boston's commercial real estate values have plummeted so badly that their tax basis is now lower than it was 43 years ago.
Let me ask you guys a question. Why is it that every single time a city is running out of money, the answer is always the same? Raise taxes. Not cut spending, not audit the books. Let's try to get more transparency in the mix, not slow the growth of the government. Just pay up. We've talked about this situation in Chicago, but now we're talking about it.
This game
in Boston. Different mayor, same playbook.
So those of you who voted for Michelle Wu to still be the mayor in Boston, are you looking forward to your costs going up? If you own property to live in the city of Boston, starting January, your property taxes are going to go up. If you are someone who rents in Boston to live there, your rent is going to go up. If you own and operate a business in the city of Boston and you rent out the space to operate your business, your rent is going to go up.
Today, we're breaking down Mayor Michelle Wu.
So I want to kind of go over briefly what the gentleman said. If you voted for Michelle Wu, I don't really vote because they're all the same, but made a very important statement, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. He said, if you voted for her, are you excited about your property taxes going up? And if you rent, your rent going up. Here's the reason why your rent will go up. Because if the owner of the building or the property has to pay more, he's not just going to be generous out of goodness' heart and eat the 13% tax hike. No, he's going to bring it down to his tenants. So that is how rent gets raised. The higher the property tax, if it keeps climbing, then the rent keeps climbing. And then on top of that, everything else has already been raising. So you add that, it's not, oh, well, it's the rich not paying their fair share. No, it's stupid decisions like this that cost the ones who own the property to have to raise your rent because their taxes are being raised by mayors by governors, by these bodies of government. Greetings, Brother Ham.
Greetings.
There you
Greetings and God bless everyone in the chat. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. So, did you hear any of the video?
Man, we was just talking about this the other day.
Yeah.
The up north, just in general, taxes are crazy, and that's not just in Massachusetts and Boston and stuff like that. It's Canada, New York, Pennsylvania, all them places that taxes is high. But then you got places like Chicago, taxes are high because they've overspent. Just some places in the United States believe that they have a blank check, and they without any repercussions. Well, somebody has to pay for that blank check. That blank check is funded by the American taxpayer. So,
you're exactly right. You're exactly right, Brother Ham. You're exactly right.
So these places they hide the true problems. Instead they ask for your money. They distract you with things like LGBTQ, RSTU, VW, XYZ. They distract you with ICE problems, Trump problems. They distract you with
DEI.
Somebody somebody like Jasmine Crockett and stuff like that. Instead of DEI. It's so many different things that they distract you with, so that they can take your money. Like they never let you see what the left hand's doing. That's the biggest problem with and
kind of breaking up. You were kind of breaking up for a second, Ham. Can you repeat that last statement?
I said that's the biggest problem with taxes and politics. They try to convince you that you're crazy. That hey, no, we're not doing this with your money. Up there where you're at, Brother John. I forgot what part of Massachusetts it was. Is he part of which part of Massachusetts was where they just passed a trans LGBTQ safe zone.
That was probably Boston.
County.
Boston is probably one, and I forget the name of the county that Boston is in. I forget the name of the county, but it's probably that county because Boston is kind of whenever anything first starts, it starts in Boston. It's like New York City. First starts, it's New York City, right?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, that's just like California, right? The reason why it's not a good tourist spot anymore is because they've taxed the people out of to oblivion, somewhere where they'll never return from. They gave a place to homeless instead of the people that's paying taxes and stuff like that. Gave zones where people can shoot up any drugs that they want. Soft on crime politics. We can go on for days. I mean,
Boston's done that. Boston's done that too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's a mirror image of what
Correct.
It looks like. I mean, to have a lawless state, soft on crime policies that people lose their life behind. And here's the thing though. I really believe that in each one of these states that they do that in, That's because they don't want you to pay attention to what they're doing with your money. So they do soft on crime, and you worry about how many people getting killed. You don't even see what they're doing with your money. And then you talk about then the people are talking about who they voted for, right? Then you look at it and you say, oh, well, here's Texas. The people know what they're doing with their money. Indiana, where I live at, they know what. You may not agree with all of it, but for the most part, you know what they're doing with your money.
Yeah.
States where you know what, and it's some, and I'll give it some Democrat states. You know what they're doing with your money, policies and all. And the problem is for years sat by and watched all this stuff happen, and now it's coming to a head. And the outcome don't look too good. It really doesn't.
I agree. So I want to do a quick history lesson and question. I'm sure you know, Brother Ham, but to all the people who may be tuning in, do you know what one of the major reasons why people left England to come over to what was called the New World? Do you know one of the major factors?
Taxation without representation.
Exactly. The other thing is also the Boston Tea Party. What was the Boston Tea Party? Why is it called the Boston Tea Party? That event. Does anybody know? Brother Ham, do you know why? Know about the Boston Tea Party? The actual Boston Tea Party? The event that happened?
Well, it's about 4 different stories told.
So the Boston Tea Party wasn't a tea party, right? So it was what happened was the citizens over here were tired of being taxed unfairly by England. So what they did, because even when they came over here, they were still paying their taxes to the king over in England. So what happened was they took all of the tea that was on the shipment and they dumped it into the Atlantic Ocean in Boston.
As the story goes.
That's exactly what had happened, and that's the reason why they dumped the tea in Boston Harbor, was because of the unfair taxes that were being levied upon them. Now, if you fast forward to today, it is history repeating itself. It is a vast taxation system that is unfairly taxing the citizens, making it hard for them to survive as it was back then. You still have the same scenario. You still have the upper class. You have the peasants, except for back then, there was no middle class. You were either a peasant or you were a lord or a rich person, right? The unique thing about the United States was it had what you call a middle class. So that is something that was very unheard of. So we had obviously the rich, we had the middle class, and then we had the less fortunate or poverty. So now the middle class is being eroded because the middle class is footing the bill, is being taxed beyond their ability to pay, and the rich are still getting taxed, and they can cover more so, but they're going to start cutting in other areas, which is why you see the decline in commercial real estate, why you see the decline in certain businesses are taking their business outside of certain states. And I have a video with a neighboring state of Massachusetts that literally thanks the Boston mayor for causing businesses to go to New Hampshire. So there's a lot that this taxes in Boston has that they're not telling you, and that's why
what's going to happen to Chicago. What's going to happen to Chicago?
It's already, businesses are already leaving Chicago.
And New York.
Yeah, that's the reason why. Because the cost of doing business, which does what? When you take businesses out of states because the taxes are so high and so much and that they can't maintain a business, there's no jobs and there's more poverty.
They can't afford to pay their employees.
That's what happens. So
Yeah.
it's corporations are they're leaving one state and going to another. They haven't stopped hiring.
This happened
people.
back in the 70s. Yeah, this
And
happened
it
back in the
keeps happening.
70s too.
It keeps happening because people don't understand. The people who run these cities, these states, do not understand economics. They do not understand what it takes to run a business, a city, a town, a state, a country. They don't understand it, and or they ignore it, right? Because they're still getting their vast amounts of money, these politicians. And I have another video that we will get into at another time that proves exactly so. These same politicians that are saying tax the rich. Well, we're going to blow the cover off of those fellas in one of the future episodes, because they should be ones who are taxed more if they're talking about tax the rich. So we'll get into this video a little more. It's like a 13-minute video, so it's not very long, but it's a very short and powerful. And I love the way this gentleman here breaks it down and how he exposes the reality of it. I really like, he did a really good job.
Boston's property tax mess and why her solution is not a solution at all. Because if you think taxing commercial buildings harder is going to save the city, well, it looks like we got some bad news. Let's get into it. So the mayor announced this herself. She had a TikTok explaining everything. Boston homeowners are staring down a 13% property tax increase. For most people, that's an extra $700 to $800 a year. And that's the average. For some people, it's worse.
We all know the cost of housing is too high. But in Boston, it's not just rent and mortgage payments. That means residential property owners are set to pay their highest share, an increase of $780 for the average single-family homeowner. We all know the cost of housing is too high. But in Boston, it's not just rent and mortgage payments. Next year, because of state law, corporations are set to pay their lowest share of property taxes in the last 43 years. That means residential property owners are set to pay their highest share, an increase of $780 for the average single-family homeowner. But you can do something about it. Last December, Boston asked the state to sign off on a multi-year residential tax relief bill. This legislation would protect our residents and stabilize taxes for businesses and homeowners. We filed the bill, testified at hearings, held town halls, met with as many state legislators as possible, and negotiated a compromise with business groups. But even after the Boston City Council and the State House of Representatives each voted twice to pass it, a single state senator blocked the bill. Because of that, taxes on the average single-family home shot up by more than 10% last year. And unless the bill passes soon, the average homeowner is projected to pay another 13%, $780 on top of that in 2026. That is outrageous and entirely preventable if the state acts. Special interest groups and those in their pockets spread disinformation about the projected tax increase last year. They said it wouldn't be that bad. They couldn't have been more wrong. Our proposal helps keep families in their homes and keeps businesses in business.
Throw it as hard as you want. Go on. Watching it zip away.
Tax bills go out in January, so we need your help now.
And the crazy thing about this is Michelle Wu allegedly tried to hold an embargoed press conference so the media couldn't report on the tax hike immediately, withheld certified tax data from the State Department of Revenue, inflated projected tax increases in the past to scare lawmakers. A state senator openly accused City Hall of manipulating or hiding financial data.
I've never seen politicians do this, at least not to this scale. She ended up holding a press conference about property taxes, your property taxes, about your money. And she made every single reporter in that room agree to not publish the story until the very next day. This was what I would call an embargoed press conference about taxes. The mayor of Boston called reporters into a room and told them about a massive property tax increase hitting homeowners, you guys, in the next 3 weeks, and then said, you can't report on this. You can't report on this until tomorrow. When is the last time you heard a politician asking the media to sit out on a story like this?
Now, here's the thing. Boston is already one of the most expensive cities in America. Similar to where I live in New York City, the rent is insane. Getting a home is just out of reach for most of us. Groceries are expensive. So when you hear people say, don't worry, it's just another tax increase, of course they're not going to be calm. People are furious. And Mayor Wu's response, well, the real problem is not me, it's the commercial buildings. We should tax them more. Sounds really familiar because that's similar to what the Chicago mayor, Brandon Johnson, likes to say. This is where the blame shifting starts. Instead of owning the spending decisions made at City Hall, the finger always gets pointed outward. It's always the fault of someone else. Landlords, the office owners. It's the fault of the businesses that's not paying their fair share or not enough skin in the game. And if that doesn't work, then it's remote work or the economy or the state legislator. Anyone but the people actually running the budget. This framing is convenient because it turns business owners into the villain and the politicians into the saviors. It allows City Hall to say, don't be mad at us, be mad at them.
And now she's back with the same exact playbook and the same exact fear campaign by claiming 13% this year. And Collins ended up saying something along the lines of like, show me the certified data first. And for some reason, Wu won't do it. So for the second year in a row, City Hall is holding back the Department of Revenue's certified numbers, and Collins literally is out here begging to try to release this information.
Commercial buildings didn't create Boston's spending problem. They didn't approve the budgets. They didn't expand the payrolls. They didn't decide to grow government year after year without a backup plan. Yet they're the easiest target. And when that argument starts to fall apart, the blame shifts again to lawmakers who didn't pass a proposal fast enough, or to critics who asked too many questions, or to residents who were told they just don't understand how complicated all this is. Chicago did the same thing. Here's another question where nobody in City Hall wants to answer. What do you cut? Because when a household runs out of money, you don't say, well, we could charge the neighbors more. No, as individuals, you have to cancel subscriptions, maybe cancel the gym membership. You can't buy that new iPhone. Those Jordans that you're going to buy for Christmas, you may have to delay. You stop the dumb spending. You tighten the belt. And here's why this matters, because other cities are actually doing what you need to do. Look at New Orleans. There's a new mayor because LaToya Cantrell totally embarrassed herself. The mayor there didn't just go straight to the residents and say, pay more. Instead, the city openly acknowledged the deficit and started cuts. Real cuts.
So Helena Moreno says the city of New Orleans is being pushed into furloughs as well as layoffs after years of mismanagement. The mayor-elect said the city is facing a deficit of more than $160 million. Her plan calls for furloughs for 724 non-public safety employees, layoffs for 62 probationary workers, as well as cutting 36 unclassified positions in the mayor's office. She's also freezing most vacant jobs and realigning several departments to reduce costs.
That includes also the mayor's office, including the mayor, the CAO's office, pretty much anything that isn't public safety, or you are, and we may have some furloughs within, like, let's say Department of Public Works, but they would be like a grant administrator or something like that.
Department budgets were reduced. Hiring was frozen. Spending was delayed. Painful.
So you notice when she went to cutting those funds, she said administrator. An administrator is an office worker. So all of the people on foot and that are actually in there keep their jobs. But all of the big, hefty, chunky bills from these people, she's cutting out. Whereas Michelle Wu is increasing it. So she's not cutting. She's trying to make everybody pay for it, for her greedy mouth and the mouths of the greedy people that are sitting in the city hall.
Well, you got to remember
corporations.
Well, you got to remember, brother Jeremy. You got to remember this, right? All you have to do is look at what that godless Elon Musk did for Trump, right?
Yeah.
This is what he did, right? He put a cap on the spending. They had to, right? Because the problem was, it was like a, you know how when somebody shakes a bottle of pop with the lid on, open it up and it flows over. This is what was happening, right? They just kept adding on spending and you know, $1 million here, 100 million there, 50 million here, 30, and they didn't want you to believe none of this stuff was happening. You know, like here's the problem, right? You remember, you know, this law that they're trying to get passed through the higher part of Congress, right? This bill that they're trying to get passed for doctors to be criminalized for them to do operations on kids.
Yeah.
For trans for doing those mutilation surgeries.
Yeah.
And they passed in the law where they criminalized it. It's going to go to the higher courts, and it's going to pass in the higher courts, just like Roe v. versus Wade. It passed. That law passed where they pretty much sent abortion back to the states.
Correct.
So they could set their own stipulations on it. But with that being said, right, you know, and I'm surprised when I'm realizing that it was a lot of lesbians and homosexuals that agree with the law.
Yeah. So back to that though about the overspending, right?
Yeah.
That's the valid point that is missed here. And you notice how she dressed it up, how she threw a word salad in there to make it sound as if it wasn't their fault. And I'm glad this gentleman pointed that out. And he said, you notice how it's the blame game. It's not that the city's been foolish with money.
Yeah.
It's this person and that person and this person and that person. And nothing changes and everything gets worse because they don't want to cut the spending where they don't need to be spending.
Well, I mean, it's just like you know, it's the same today as it was then. What they do is give you things that distract you from watching what's going on. Boxing events, football events, basketball events, soccer events, women basketball, controversial things in the news, movies, you know, cartoons. All of these things distract people, and they get this attitude that they don't care what's being done to them.
Correct.
You know
how many people won't have a conversation, Brother Ham, about it? They won't have
yes. You know, it's a lot of people don't want to have a conversation because they don't want to believe. Either they don't want to believe it's happening, or they want to stay willfully ignorant.
You can't have a conversation with somebody about something anymore in regards to what's going on with your tax-paying money.
Right.
Nobody will have that conversation because I'm starting to believe that nobody is capable of having that conversation because they're not educated in that way, which makes you even easier to dupe, to bamboozle.
Yeah. And then when it finally affects you, finally affects you, you want to cry, boo-hoo, and complain.
Correct.
Because you chose to stick your head in the sand.
Correct. And that doesn't do anything for you. And that's always, it's that old saying, nobody cares until it's at your back door.
Yeah.
Nobody cares until it's at your back door. Nobody cares.
Yeah, or until it personally affects you. Then you care.
Yeah, which means it's at your back door.
Mm-hmm.
That means it's personally affecting you now. Now you can't do what you want to do. Now it's all uproar. Well, you could have, and then by that time, you've made it even harder, which is going to make the game, which is going to make the turnaround take even longer because the people didn't educate themselves and react. Because here's the thing. The government is here to serve you. You are not here to serve the government. The government's job is to serve your personal interest.
Mm-hmm.
And this, I say this so often, the difference between back then when they first started doing this versus now is it was a civic duty, not a career, not a money, not a career, not a way to get rich. This was a civic duty that people ran and did these things. Now it's the career.
What was the biggest thing that distracted people for about 2 years?
So, greetings, Sister Vivian K. Thank you for tuning in. So this is
no. I'm asking you, Brother Jeremy. Do you know what distracted people for about 2 years the biggest thing that distracted everybody?
Oh, I don't know what you're thinking, but I can name quite a few of them.
No, it's only one. The election of Donald Trump.
That's true. Yeah, that was a big distraction.
Distracted the whole nation. Matter of fact, not only the whole nation, the whole world.
Yeah, and wait till everybody.
It was so many things getting passed. It was so many things getting passed and done under that. And I'm not saying that he's responsible for it, but they used the disagreement with him to pass a lot of things.
This is it too, right? So, and I was telling everybody earlier, I am going to wait till you see how I show you what your precious Obamacare, the fraud involved in that. Wait till you see that.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing the next few episodes, Brother Ham, on the SNAP fraud throughout the country. I'm going to break down individual states kind of deal. Not everyone, but I'm going to tackle that one we were talking about, Minnesota. I'm going to tackle even California. I'm going to tackle there's
California, Minnesota, Iowa. Iowa's not too bad, but it's starting to get bad. Chicago, and it's one other state.
The amount of money that is being fraudulently taken from that system will make your mind explode. It will make you wait till you see the amount of dollars that have been fraudulently taken, and the ones from the SNAP benefits is nothing compared. Wait till you see when I show the numbers for the Obamacare fraud. Wait till you see that. That is even worse than the SNAP benefit fraud. It's even higher.
Yeah.
So all these things that everybody's hooting, oh, I love Obamacare and Obama. Wait till you see this. You're going to think twice. Oh, well, you know what? They're stealing SNAP benefits from the people that are needed. Oh, no. Go look at the last one I did and wait till I show you the ones that are coming up. You're going to be like, okay, now you're going to understand why Trump is cracking down. Like I said in the video before, I don't agree with his foreign politics and what he's doing over there in the Middle East and things like that. But I do agree with his crackdown on the SNAP benefits and the trimming the fat so the people get their money back in their pocket because it's your money that's being spent. Remember that. Anything, any subsidy, any governmental plan, any affordable this, affordable that, it comes from your pocket. So before you back something, think about what's really going on with it and what they're using with it and how much they're taking from you. So we're going to continue this video a little bit. It's almost done. They got about 5 minutes, a little less than 5 minutes. But we'll climb into it.
Decisions were made up front instead of quietly pushing the bill onto taxpayers. Is it popular? No, of course not. Is it comfortable? No. But it's honest. This new mayor understands something that Boston seems unwilling to admit. If you don't cut when revenues fail, the math doesn't magically fix itself. You either cut now or you tax later. And taxing later usually means hitting regular people the hardest. But in Boston, again, the spending keeps going up, government keeps getting larger, salaries go up, budgets grow, pet projects stay funded. Then they turn around and make TikTok videos saying, sorry, homeowners, we need more money. But really, you want more. There's a difference. Now let's talk about this idea of taxing commercial buildings will fix everything. This is where the logic completely falls apart. Commercial real estate in Boston was already hurting. Offices are empty. Vacancy is high. Companies downsize or left. Remember remote work? And Mayor Wu's answer is, we need to raise their taxes.
Boston's commercial real estate values have plummeted so badly that their tax basis is now lower than it was 43 years ago. That's the problem. That is the problem. That's why they're going to be paying lower taxes. They're paying lower taxes because Michelle effectively tanked the commercial real estate here. This is not because corporations suddenly discovered some kind of like tax alchemy hack here. It's because half of the office buildings in Boston now qualify as haunted houses.
That's like looking at a struggling business and saying, you know what would help? More bills. Here's what actually happens when you overtax commercial buildings. Companies don't come back. Landlords stop maintaining the buildings. Owners walk away, buildings will sit empty, and property values drop even more, which means less tax revenue next year, not more. This pushes businesses more remote, not less. It pushes jobs out of Boston, not into it. You don't revive a downtown by punishing the people who are still hanging on. So let's talk about what I said earlier about accusations that the city overvalue commercial buildings. Now you say, why does that matter? Well, because property taxes are based on value. And the issue is the value the city is using doesn't match reality. Commercial buildings in Boston are being assessed as if it's back in 2019.
It's basically kicking the can down the road. And if you end up, again, this is coming from a real estate agent. If you end up jacking up commercial tax rates even more, the owners for these properties are going to walk away. We can't keep them here. 27,500 people left last year alone. 27% of young adults in Boston say they are considering leaving in the next 5 years.
Buildings that once was considered premium are now struggling to stay half full. Yet on paper, the city keeps pretending that these buildings are worth close to their peak value. Why? Because if you admit the real drop, the revenue hole gets exposed immediately. So instead, inflated assessments help justify higher taxes, create unrealistic revenue projections, and delay tough budget decisions. But the market always wins. When refinancing fails, when the owners walk away, when buildings get hit with foreclosure, the true value shows up at once. And when that happens, the shortfall doesn't disappear. It gets dumped on homeowners. That's why you end up with the sudden spikes, the retroactive bills, and families wondering how their tax bill jumped overnight. This is not leadership. This is kicking down the can for someone else to do it. This is why Boston should be paying attention to Chicago. Chicago is dealing with a potential shutdown. They're chasing businesses out. They're trying to raise taxes. They're ignoring the spending and then start to blame everyone else. But new businesses won't invest there. And residents are dealing with crazy property taxes. And the tax base is shrinking. Boston is walking on that same road. Different accent, but the same mistakes. Here's what should be happening. You need to cut the spending. Real cuts, not freeze hiring or study a task force. Actual reductions. Release full transparent data. No games, no embargoes, no spin. Stop pretending businesses are an endless ATM. Because once they leave, the bill lands on the homeowners. Fix why people are leaving Boston. It's the cost of living. It's the regulation. It's the taxes. It's the quality of life. You can't tax your way out of bad policy. Boston deserves better than pay more and don't ask any questions. And if Mayor Wu doesn't change course, Boston's going to learn the same lesson Chicago already did, the hard way. But let me know what you guys think about.
So, as you can see, and I have a video to back up the last statement about businesses leaving Boston. Because, and I have the state neighboring to the north thanking Boston because now their businesses, they're booming and they have cranes in the air and they're building and they're expanding and they're becoming more profitable, all because of why? Because we have dumb, idiotic people running this city, forcing businesses out, which thus takes jobs out, thus takes tax revenue, thus, just like he said, she's trying to force it onto the taxpayer, to the houses. Remember, it was 10% last year the taxes raised. Now it's 13% this year that's going to be raised. That's a total of 23% increase in 2 years on your home, on your property tax. So she's just compounding the problem and making it worse because, just like he said, she doesn't cut the spending where it's not needed. Go ahead, Brother Ham.
Yeah, that's more of what's going on up in your neck of the woods, brother. I mean, I hear about it, but you would know more about it than I would.
So,
but yeah,
that's what it is.
The distractions, and them not doing what they're supposed to do.
You know what else Boston is? You know what else Boston is? That's really made a burden on the taxpayer as well. It's a sanctuary city.
What's that?
Sanctuary city.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yep, you're right.
You put
You are
businesses
absolutely
leaving,
correct.
taking migrants in that can't get jobs. Therefore, what do? The government feeds them. Do you see the vicious cycle that the picture is being painted here? You have businesses leaving, which means jobs leaving, which means revenue leaving, which means people that are already here don't have work and they have to go to the government to get help. Now you put an influx of, as a sanctuary city, of migrants here, which they can't get a job because guess what? Because there are no jobs for the people who are already here. Then the state is paying them, and guess who foots the bill? The people, like he said, that are barely making it by are footing a higher bill now because of your mismanagement of the budget spending. Rule number one, you break it down to a simple household, like the gentleman said. If your revenue stream is looking a little lower and you can't afford something, what do? You don't buy it. Oh, guess what? Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna go out once a month to eat. Now I'm gonna stop doing that so I can save money. You trim the fat where you can't afford it, that you can live without. Oh, you know what? I was gonna buy that new car. Not gonna do it. Why? Because I can't afford it. So what I'm going to do is go the cheaper route and fix this little small thing here, and I'll have it for a little longer. You adjust. These people are not adjusting. They're just adding more. Whenever they say we're going to increase the budget spending, that means, guess what? Be ready for it. Your taxes to go up. And if you think your taxes don't go up, look at the cost of food. If the cost of food goes up, you pay a sales tax on that, which means you're being taxed more. If you buy a pair of jeans, there's a sales tax on that. Your taxes have gone up there. If you have to pay excise taxes, guess what? You're paying more because the value of that car has gone up. So you're paying more in taxes. You're paying more on sales taxes for the car, because the sales tax goes based upon the value of the car. So the value of the car goes up, which means the sales tax goes up, which means that you're paying more. And then the excise tax goes up because the value of the car goes up, and on and on and on. And all these little areas that people fail to realize to look at, that's where your higher taxes are coming from. It's not only the 13% property tax, it's all the other taxes that you're facing on a day-to-day basis that are going up because the cost of everything is going up, which means that your taxes are going up. It's just not called a tax hike. It's called inflation. Inflation means you're getting raised on your taxes. If there's inflation, you better believe you're paying higher taxes, because guess what? Inflation means the cost of everything has inflated. Why? Because they got to cover the spending, the debt, and they got to up it to try to get it back in taxpayer dollars. So whenever you hear, oh, we're going to take out this for this, you better believe your taxes are going up. They're not going to call it a tax hike, but they're going to raise everything you have. And it's going to cost more in sales tax, property tax, sewer tax, everything. The electric cost, the cost of your electricity, the cost of your gas, the cost of everything goes up. Why? Because they can't foot the bill, so they have to up the price for you to pay, so their stupid spending continue to climb. That's how it works. It's basic economics. Go ahead, Brother Ham.
Well, again, I'll go back to what I've been saying. I mean, what they've done is distracted. They've distracted people for so long with all of this nonsense. It's actually, to be honest, it's been about 10 years that they've set and distracted people from seeing what's really going on, and that's been the problem for a long time. Whereas, we have to look at the fact that the government just don't want. Not every politician's like that, but it's correct. A lot that is
correct.
And we have to
Correct.
be mindful that they don't consider us in the decision making in some
Brother
cases.
Han, you know what? What highlight some areas now that we've hyper focused on how the taxes increase and how the footing of the bill goes down to the taxpayer with all of these so-called equity and inclusion measures that are being taken. Walk them through what Trump did, if you don't mind. What are the things that he's trying to cut down on?
Waste and abuse. That's the number one thing. I mean, and the problem is when
But
people
what
don't.
areas, Brother Ham? What areas?
Well, you have waste and abuse. I forgot what the company's called, American something. That's one of the places, but transgender opera for other countries where money's going to. You got them spending pretty much all of the taxes that people's been paying over the years to these other countries, funding wars in other countries. Let's see. I'm trying to think of the specific
the SNAP benefits, right?
Yeah, the SNAP benefits, the insurance, the Obamacare. Yeah, those are part of it, but that's not the main thing.
But this is an important part to what we're talking about here, and that's the reason why I wanted to say that, because I mentioned the fraud that's going on in the SNAP benefits throughout the country, and also the fraud that's going on through Obamacare. So that's a big deal, because wait till we see the figures. That's going to really tie into exactly what Trump is doing. Trump is trimming the fat where it needs to be trimmed. He's still allowing people who need it to be on it without any stipulations. So you have to prove that you need it. If you're an able-bodied worker, you have to work at least 20 hours. What does that do? That pays into the system, right? You have to volunteer.
Yeah,
you're helping out. You're helping out. So either way, you're helping out either a community or you're paying into the system, which helps the broader scope of it. Either way, you're earning your SNAP benefits. You're not just getting them for free and just sitting on your backside for generation upon generation. He's trimming the fat where it needs to be trimmed. Meanwhile, taking care of the elderly is still there. Taking care of the people who can't work is still going to get it automatically. So he's not cutting them out. He's not stopping. That narrative that's being pushed is he's taking from people, starving people. No, he's forcing people who can work to get off their lazy backsides and work. That's what he's doing. And meanwhile, putting more money back into your pocket because you foot that bill. And how would you feel if you had a young man or a young woman that is capable of working, but just doesn't want to? That's called stealing. And they're stealing your money. How does that make you feel? Have you ever stopped to think about that? About the thievery part? That's what people don't want to face. They just think just because it says SNAP benefit, everybody who's on there is honestly in need. Have you ever been to the ghetto? Have you ever been to the projects? I know I have. And I've seen them nice looking BMWs and Mercedes sitting in them projects. Why? Because the mother has the 2 kids. She's the only one on the lease. Guess what happens? She gets her house paid for. She gets cash assistance. She gets food stamps. And then guess what? Homeboy's sitting up there working or pumping drugs out of that same apartment.
That's
and
true.
They're living ghetto fabulous. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. I agree.
How about this scenario? The scenario where people are being approved because they know somebody inside of that SNAP benefit building in that area. That happens too. Oh, I know somebody. They'll hook you up. Just, I'll tell them about you. And you just go fill it out. And boom, automatically they get qualified without anybody looking at it. You don't think that happens? Oh, yes, it does. How do you feel about that? And then meanwhile, you have a veteran who's out on the street that can't get no help. How does that make sense? Why don't people think an overall broad scheme and that not everybody who's on the benefits is needy? It's called taking advantage. You don't think it happens in that program? Of course it does. You'd be a fool to think it doesn't. And you'd just be putting blinders on like a horse with blinders, just running straight like you don't know what's going on.
That's true.
You've got to wake up, people. You've got to wake up. That stops growth. That stops businesses from growing because the funding that could be going to make that funding could be cut and you could have a surplus. If you have a surplus, that means you're not spending. Guess what happens with a surplus? I'm going to give you an example of there was a governor by the name of Jesse Ventura in Minnesota. When he was running there, they had a surplus. You know what he did when they had the surplus? He gave the money back to the people of Minnesota.
That was good, but the problem that I have with people that are politicians is it comes with a string. Listen, on the surface, you know, Trump might be doing everything right. He might be doing everything right, but there's always a hidden agenda behind it.
Of course. But I show these examples of how if you have, this is the thing, the states need to have a surplus or they need to break even, right? Enough of these, because what happens is when the states have an enormous amount of debt, what they do is they get funding from the federal government, which comes out of the taxpayer's pocket double time. So not only are you paying your state tax, now you're paying your federal tax. So your state tax is supposed to take care of the stuff inside of the state. Now you're paying the federal tax to take care of the stuff inside of your state.
Yeah.
So you're paying double for these services, and you don't even know.
You're right.
That's how money works, people. It doesn't, you can't just poof, I have an unlimited amount. You have to create the money, meaning the goods, the services have to exceed the dollar value that you have to make more than you spend. It's business 101. If a business doesn't make more than it spends, guess what happens? That business, it's out of business. It no longer exists. And when a government doesn't run in that manner and isn't responsible, that's what happens to the state, which increases the poverty, which increases the crime rate, which increases the drug use because despair sets in, which increases the alcohol abuse. It increases despair, depression, all these things. It creates a negative atmosphere because people who are greedy at the top, which are a lot of these politicians, not all, because Brother Ham's right, not all, but these ones that are the contributing factor are a big major part of why these things, crime is happening, because they're not spending their money foolishly and they can't take people. A government can't take you out of poverty. It takes your hard work to pull you out of poverty. A government has never pulled anybody out of poverty since government's been around in the history of the world. It's never had the power to pull a whole nation out of poverty. It never has, and it never will. It takes the people to work together to pull each other out of poverty. It's up to the people, not up to the government. And remember, the government works for you. You don't work for the government. It says it in the Constitution. It's the government's to serve you, not you serve the government. And right now, we are serving the government. It's backwards.
So here's some of the things, right? Here's some of the things that was found with government. Just government, not per state, but just the government, right? 22 million, 80.
Do you want to share it, Brother Ham?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, share it so we can look at it, because I want as you're reading, I want everybody to be able to look at it too, so they can see it with their own eyes. I'll stop sharing and you bring it up and I'll bring it up, and we'll get into the video after you share this. Greetings, Brother Uso.
You got it?
Yep, there you go. You might have to zoom in a little bit.
Okay, hold on a second.
So it's the shift in the plus button.
I just went to Zoom right here. Is
Yeah.
that? Can you see it?
It's a little more. Zoom in a little more.
Oh, that's on my screen. That's not that.
Yeah. You have to. Yeah, you have to hit shift and then the plus. At least that's how I do it on mine.
Okay. Shift and the plus button.
In the plus button, and you tap the plus button once, and it usually zooms in, and then you just basically tap it until it's the designated spot that you need it.
I'm looking for my plus button on my laptop.
It's right by the numbers. It's up on the numbers, I think. So you hit shift, and it's by the number, right next to backspace. At least on mine, that's where it is.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this first.
It has a plus and an equal sign.
All right,
The same button.
I don't have that on here.
So right where the numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Then there's the underscores, and then there's the plus.
Okay, I see it.
Yep.
Okay.
So you hold shift and you tap the plus button.
All right. I don't know why it's not doing it. Hold on, let me go on
Shift
it.
or is it? Yeah, it's shift.
I know what it is. Hold on a second. I think I got it.
There you
What about
go.
now?
That's no.
Yeah. I had.
Zoom out a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
Zoom out a little bit. There you go. Now
Right
you
there?
can nope. One more. Zoom in. One more.
Right there.
Yep. That's
Yeah,
it.
I had to go. It's the other tab is what I had to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what I was finna read off is this is what they found, right? See, if you look right here,
Yeah.
wasteful government spending, 45 billion, 262, 719, 500,000 plus.
That's 45 billion.
Yeah. And then you go here, right? Because you can kind of read it right here. Alongside President Trump, I'm committed to eliminating wasteful, fraudulent federal government spending with 36 trillion in national debt. Reckless government overspending must end. I have put together a non-exhaustive list of tax dollars spent under Biden administration. This has been identified through the incredible work of the White House Executive Agency, Department Government of Efficiency, DOGE, my colleagues in the U.S. government. I will be updating the tracking regularly to show how tax dollars are poorly spent. And then it goes on right here. The list. I'm going down here. The list below includes taxpayer dollars channeled through agencies such as U.S. Department. That's the one I was trying to remember. U.S. Department of Defense, DOD, U.S. Department of Labor, DOL, U.S. Department of State Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, Inter-American Foundation, IAF, National Institute of Health, NIH, U.S. African Development Foundation, USD. Remember that? That's that agency that they didn't want shut down.
Yep.
And U.S. Agency of International Development, USAID. That was the other one that they didn't want shut down. So when you go down here, right?
Yeah, scroll down to those numbers because that's important.
Yeah, so when you go here, right? 22 billion, 600 million. Aiding illegal migrants through resettlement and programs, home, car purchases, and loans.
Hold on, stop there. So they're giving funding for illegal migrants who have cars and homes. And meanwhile, what we just heard was a 13% tax increase on top of what was a 10% tax increase for the city of Boston residential residents for their property tax. So they're going to hire the property tax because if you don't think this affects each individual state, you're a fool. Because what do you think your federal taxes go to? So what happens is you're footing the bill on top of all the waste that they're spending inside of your state. You're also funding the waste inside inside of the federal government. So you're being taxed through your nose. This is why you're suffering. And that's a prime example right there. So they're going to pay for homes and cars for illegal, not legal, illegal migrants.
Yeah.
We're talking about people who are here against that have broken the law.
Yeah, to get here.
$600 million. Who foots the bill? I know.
And I have to say this too.
It ain't the politician. I know it ain't the politician.
Yeah,
because
their
checks are increasing and getting fatter.
Yeah, and I have to say this too, right? Now, here's my issue that I have, and I think I made this comment before. How do you spend 10? And now I understand in 5 years it might take you a little bit longer for you to get your citizenship. So that'll be a granted. But in 7 years, and you haven't got it, it's time for you to go back and try again later. But you have people that sat around for 30 and 40 years without trying to get their citizenship. Then they get caught up in this in the sweeps by ICE and want to be mad at the government for that. When you made the poor choice of not doing what you needed to do to become an American citizen, especially when that's a required thing that you have to do. See, these things go hand in hand. And let's not forget that we're paying for this.
Correct. All these subsidies in the name of DEA and illegal immigrant, come on in, we'll pay for everything. Guess who foots the bill? I'm going to go back to it every single time. You do. You foot the bill. Your family suffers while others who shouldn't even be here because they're illegal reap the benefits. How does that make you feel? Because it doesn't matter what I say. How does this information that you're being given make you feel? Forget me, because I know how I feel about it. It infuriates me to see that, families are suffering because politicians are running this country like a bunch of idiots.
Mm-hmm.
It infuriates me to see that single mother who shouldn't be struggling because she got to foot the bill. She got to work 2 and 3 jobs and raise babies to pay this bill, to foot this bill. You got that family that's struggling, that just want to make it by, just want to get enough. They're struggling because why? Because of these reasons. Let's continue down the list, Brother Ham, because it's getting fantastic.
7,500,000.
500 million.
Yeah, 500 million. A few dozen electric vehicle stations. Seriously?
Yeah, because they're pushing for. So here's a fun fact I'm going to let you guys know it. In the state of Massachusetts, on your electric bill, you have about 5 fees that go towards electrification and insulation measures of the state. So you have a fee, and it all is based upon how much electricity you use. So the more electricity you use, the higher the fee. So if you use more electricity, you pay more of the bill. So you have what pays for the insulation measures, the heating and cooling measures, and they're trying to penny pinch on that now. They're trying to cut that, but keep the fees the same. So they're trying to give you less of what you pay for. Then you have 2 solar charges. One's for rooftop solar rebates. The other is for community solar projects. Then you have an electric car vehicle fee that you pay on your electric bill. That has as a newer one.
Even if you don't have an electric car.
Hold on. Then you have a net meter reading bill that just popped up this year. So you have 5 fees, and your fees are typically double the price of what the fuel you use, whether it's gas or electric. If your electric bill is $100, your fees are $200. If your gas bill is $300, your fees are $600. So that's on now. I know about that's the business I work in. Green energy projects. That's another part. That's exactly what we were talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yep, $7 billion to reduce greenhouse gases, though.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm all for having people, and I say this because the only way in the state in the state of Massachusetts, the only way to get rid of the fees is to have rooftop solar. So if this will help you, take care of that.
Yeah, but my issue that I have with that, though, and I have to say this, though, is when you're talking about greenhouse gases, the people that pushed for that got found out that they were lying about that, which nobody believes in anyway.
I'm coming from the homeowner being totally sufficient, not having to.
I agree with you, but the
that's
reason
where
why
I'm coming from.
Yeah, but see, the reason why it's so expensive, Brother Jeremy, you see what that says, right?
Yeah, $7 billion. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No. You see what it says?
Yeah, it says that reduce greenhouse gases and
that's the reason why it's so
the
expensive.
adoption of green alternatives nationwide.
If it was, because you know what, I realized something, right? Solar power, before they started introducing this green, that's one thing I do know, right? Before they started introducing this thing of talking about greenhouse gases and stuff like this, solar power was not that expensive. When I first started hearing about it, the solar panels, stuff like that, creating them and putting them together, yes, that was expensive. But once the government got involved with them, the price of it went down. But when they started trying to tie this to greenhouse gases and stuff like this,
you want to know why?
The price went up.
You want to know why?
Because
the reason why prices go up because these are individual contractors that work within the program. So what happens is if you throw a certain amount of money towards them, they're going to up the price of their product. Because why? Because they're getting, somebody's already getting a discounted portion. They get that discounted portion plus the portion that the homeowner foots. So to give you an example, let's say you're going for heat pumps, which are like the ductless mini splits, or you can have a ducted system. So it's like the little heating system you see in hotels that sit on the wall. That's a ductless mini split. So in the state of Massachusetts, you have these rebates, and it keeps shrinking. It first started off at $10,000 off per ton for the whole house. Then it shrunk to $3,600 per ton, up to $10,000. Now this new one is, as of this year coming, is $2,650 per ton, up to $8,500. So when they have the $10,000 rebate, that rebate's footed by the program. So what happens is the company can jack the price up.
Yeah, but let me show you
make
something.
It look better. Hold on. Let me walk through it real quick to make it look better, because now they're getting $10,000 from the program. So now they charge you $20,000, which you can finance at 0% for 7 years. So it's more appealing. So now they've gotten $30,000 on a system that should be really $15,000. That's how it works.
Yeah. You want to pull that back up?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Yeah, but I wanted to show you what led to it being started to come up so high. Remember when I said that when they first started it wasn't expensive?
Yeah, you had solar power water heaters too before.
Yeah, but look at this. The carbon footprint lie refers to the critique of the concept of individual carbon footprint popularized by oil companies like BP, which was a strategic market ploy to shift responsibility for climate change from corporations to consume, making people focus on personal guilt that built polluters continued unchecked, while individual action matter. Critics argue that focusing solely on personal footprints distracted the systemic change needed to disappropriate emissions from industry, suggesting it was a form of corporate greenwashing or a lie about who bears the primary burden for climate change. See, this stuff right here come out to find out that was a lie, right? Remember, it was fine until they started doing this. You see when they said it started, right?
Yeah.
It started. You know what's crazy? It was
who started it?
Started this stupid stuff.
You know who started it?
The oil companies.
No, Al Gore.
Yeah. No, with the oil companies is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, but Al Gore is the one who pushed the message.
Yeah. Because right here it says in the early 2000s, British Petroleum launched a massive advertising campaign, including carbon footprint calculator to make consumers feel personally responsible for climate change. Are you serious?
Do you know what they first said about the fossil fuels?
Yeah, it's right here. They got it all here.
No. This is before that. Hold on. This is before that. This is before they said it was heating the planet up. I want to tell you what they said at first before they said it was heating the planet up. What they said, was it in the 80s or was it no, I think it might have been the 60s or 70s. They said that the fossil fuels was going to create colder climates. That was the first thing they said.
Mm-hmm.
Then they switched it to global warming, which is what Al Gore pushed. Now they've changed the language to climate change. Their language has changed 3 different times over a span of 50, 60 years. They keep switching it. And here's what it is. Your cars already produce 0 emissions. So gasoline is not the problem.
Nope, never has been.
So your car already puts out, basically, it's probably like 0.0001% carbon emissions already. Now, that has no effect. So why are we pushing electric vehicles? If we've already dropped that, we don't need electric vehicles. Is it a nice option to have? Sure. If somebody wants to have an electric vehicle, fine. No worries. But to force it on somebody is a whole different story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you need to have balance. You need to have balance. And also what people don't realize is how much it takes how much earth you have to unearth to get the lithium in the battery and the cobalt. You have to unearth like 5 times more than you do drilling oil to get batteries, the lithium and cobalt. It's way worse for the environment. But it's the thing. So, but I want to get back to basically like more or less on the percentages and the waste factor. That's a good example. So, Brother Ham, do you still have that other one? Because this is all important information in regards to the spending that's being wasted on top of what we were just talking about with the tax hikes and how taxes really get hiked with inflation. Anytime you hear inflation, your taxes are raising because the cost of goods goes up, which means the cost of also labor goes up, which you pay on labor and material. Anytime you deal with mechanics, building, anything in regards to that, you have labor. And
I'm not
material.
laughing at you, Brother Jeremy, either. Go ahead, man. I'm not laughing at you.
If inflation happens, the labor has to raise with the material to cover the cost. That's business. So what happens is your taxes get raised due to inflation because you're paying more for your services. So the more you pay for services, the more you pay for a home, the more you pay for food, the more you pay for utilities, the more you pay for everyday life. That is a tax hike on you. It's just manipulated and not spoken about. They use the word inflation or transitory. Transitory is what they were using for inflation around the COVID time and a little after. They said it's transitory. Inflation hasn't gone anywhere but up. They said it's seasonal now. Everything, now it's seasonal. They keep changing the language to make you think that things are getting better by using different words and waiting a little bit of time. This is why I say what I say. Pay attention to the buzzwords that they use and how they switch the narrative, how they switch the language every time they say something about the same matter. So your inflation is a tax increase. The higher prices, higher gas, higher everything is a tax increase on the taxpayer. Higher property tax, higher mortgages, because you have to pay a mortgage. That's a certain amount of taxes because the value of your house. The higher the value of your house, the higher the tax rate. Also, the neighborhood you live in. All these variables cause for a tax increase. If you live by the water, you have a higher property tax because the value of the home is higher. just like he was explaining with the commercial. The reason the commercial taxes have dropped is because the value of that property in the area that it has decreased. That's why do you think it's cheaper to live in the projects than it is to live out by the ocean? Because the value of that property in those projects is devalued. Therefore, the taxes are lower because the value of the property is lower. They can only charge you a certain amount per dollar. So if your house costs $1 million, you have to pay a tax on that. Depending on your state, it varies. So now you have a higher tax because it's a higher value. Then you have to pay property tax on top of that because it's higher due to where you live. So this all plays into effect, and this all plays into it. And Boston's already one of the most almost impossible places to own a home. And when you have higher property taxes, you have higher rents. Then you have more people who can't afford rent. Then you have, we need to start rental. We need affordable housing. No, what you need to do is get out of the way, government, and let the people handle it, and it will shrink and be better because the people know better what they need than you do because they live there.
Yep. And I forgot to say greetings to everybody too. Life of Paulette and Drago. I was laughing at what he said. He said it read it fast. No, but you see this, don't you? As of 2025, there's no credible evidence that the global scientific organization or international bodies have admitted a global warming is a lie. Instead, the scientists' consensus has strengthened with all over 99% peer-reviewed climate scientists, which in other words, these people are saying it, but they just got proven wrong.
So here's the thing. You notice it says global warming. They don't use global warming anymore.
Yeah. So
they don't use that term.
So the claims regarding global warming is a lie. Typical referred to a that's the reason why they don't use it anymore. Right there.
Now they use the other word.
Yeah, they were debunked. Look at this. Then you go.
I believe it.
Then you go down here. Scientific census. Major organizations like NASA, NOAA, and the United National IPCC main global temperature are rising at rates unprecedented in the last 2,000 years due to greenhouse gas emissions. That's a lie. ClimateGate, that was a lie too. Leaked emails from climate research unit that were used to skeptics to allege that data manipulation. However, 8 separate independent committees investigated these claims and found no evidence of fraud for scientific misconduct, which that's a lie. In other words, even though they got caught, they want to keep saying stuff, right? You know what's weird? Right. You go to read all this right here. Notice ExxonMobil. When I heard this, I just shook my head, man.
So we can do an episode on that. Yeah. I want to kind of go back into the figures because I'm trying to make this about people understanding the reason why the price of everything and the cost of living is more expensive in states, and I want to show the reason why. And this is good. All of this waste spending that Brother Ham is showing is a very important tool. So you understand why everything is so much.
Yeah, and this was the Texas representative. So I want to make clear that this was the Texas representative that was working with Doge too. So he was one of the people that were wanted to be part of the waste, fraud, and abuse. So want to make sure that people understand that. That's the reason why I had his. All right, so $7 billion on greenhouse project. We just talked about that. $5 billion on funding greenhouse projects to reduce gas emission, supporting greenhouse. See, here's the thing, right? We just read the article. What did it say about
greenhouse?
No. That's why I put it. Yeah. But that's why I pulled that article up, Brother Jeremy.
But
notice what it keeps saying.
No. What is a green bank?
It's part of the greenhouse initiative.
No, what I'm saying is, what actually is a green bank?
Part of the greenhouse initiative.
No. Green bank. The actual word, it has to be something.
Oh, a paperless bank.
Okay, so so all internet. What does it cost to what runs the paperless?
Computers.
What runs on computers?
Well, by the time you
What
get to
makes
the,
it,
the
what
big
makes a
computers,
computer work?
it goes back to gas.
Goes back to electricity.
Yeah, gas.
Yeah, because what funds what
Fossil fuel.
fossil
Raw fuel.
fuels all of for the United States is mainly the power plants are run on fossil fuels.
Yep.
So if you have more electricity, you have to power more. And how do you power more?
More raw fuel. That's
More
fine.
fossil fuel.
Yeah, that's fine.
You see the conundrum we're having here?
Yeah. But just notice, right? Everything that I just read on that other thing before we came back to this was just talking about this.
No. But I just want to show the.
But we're looking.
financial-
I got you. I got you what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, if you look at the numbers and the stuff that I was just reading with this right here, the numbers match all of this.
Correct. Because what happens is it's a scheme to make these places richer, because if they're the ones fueling the electricity, you're paying for the electricity. So if you have more electricity in your home, guess what has to happen? There has to be more fossil fuels burned, which makes your bill go higher.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you have a balance where you have your house as natural gas or oil is very inefficient the way it burns.
That's right. That's why they used it for so many years. Used to have those big old tanks in their houses to run the house.
People still do.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to have a balance. You can have electric power. It needs to be balanced. That's the thing. Here we go. Now, what's the next one, Brother Ham?
So now we what $5 billion funding. We just was talking about that, so we can kind of go on past that one. Free green energy projects that reduce gas emission, which is not true. They don't reduce gas emission.
American housing. All right. So I gotta stop real quick on that American housing. So in the state of Massachusetts, what they've done is they've gone for what's called they have stretch code towns. A stretch code town is a town that has to have a HERS rater. Now, a HERS rater comes in and measures the amount of air that moves through the home. It's called air exchanges. So it has to reach a certain, it has to be as low as 2 or 3 air exchanges, which is extremely hard, especially when they have these giant Pulte townhouses that have 3 units together. So what they have to do is they have to have an R49 insulation. They have to have plastic, which is called poly, on the ceiling, air sealing, which is expandable foam. They have to have each 2x laterally and vertically with a 506 smoke acoustic. Then you have to have foam board in between floors on the rim joist around the perimeter. Then you have to have fiberglass, blown in fiber or closed cell foam. Then you have all of this, and has increased the amount of cost that it takes to build a home, because there's much more materials, much more contractors. The contractors are charging more because they have to use certain materials to meet the standard. Then you got sheetrock, you got all these things. Then you have to have what's called mechanically ventilated systems. And what that does is it brings in fresh air into the home. So therefore, this tells you that if there was a gas leak, you're more than likely going to die sooner, because the house is so tight and the gas can't escape out through the basement or through the walls, therefore making it more dangerous. So that's why they have the fresh air intake, because it balances out. It's called stack effect. So what happens is the cold air has to come in from somewhere, and it forces the hot air up. If the cold air can't come in and it can't force the hot air up, the hot air stays where it designated is, which is great. It saves you money on energy bills. Wonderful. But if you have a problem, you have gas and you have CO leaking in the basement, chances are it's going to travel to the first and the second floor faster, thus killing you in your sleep. So you have a conundrum here. Is it a safety or climate? Which one do we favor? Right. So then that's just one of the many things. Then you have, like I said, the mechanically ventilated systems. Those are running constantly. What do those run on? Electricity. So you're defeating the purpose. You're not becoming more energy efficient, and you've thus put the homeowner, if they're heating with gas, in a greater dangerous spot, or propane, because there's CO comes from the burning off of the fossil fuel. That's what CO is. So you have a combustion that burns the fuel, and what happens is that then it thus heats up. Either if you have water, you have forced hot water, it'll heat the water to a boil, push it through your baseboards. If you have forced hot air, it heats the air, pushes it through your duct system. So if you have a high CO problem and your boiler is burning off and it has high CO inside of that flue, guess what happens? Where does it go? Into your ductwork, because it's part of the system. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why that right there raises the cost of housing, which raises your sales tax on your home, because you have to pay more for the house because the builder has to pay more to build the house. See the conundrum that they're creating?
Yeah, that's why I had just pulled that other article up right there.
So
I had stopped it.
Yeah.
I had stopped
It's not safer for the homeowner, especially in New England, right? Your house needs to breathe, because what happens is the wood swells and it shrinks depending on the season, right?
Yep.
And also you could rot your house from inside out because it's not breathing right.
Yeah.
Not to mention the cost of the lumber is more expensive and the product is cheaper, because businesses have to make money. So if they're forced to spend more money on material, to buy more material, they're going to go cheaper on the material that they use.
Yeah.
It's business.
That's true.
That's like somebody saying, you have to do more, but I'm going to pay you the same. Are you going to do it? No.
Not at all. Not here.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Then why are we asking this of companies? Why are we asking this of them then?
Yeah.
So that's the waste factor. This is all economics. This is all how money works.
Yeah.
Money isn't just poof, it's an innumerable amount. No, certain amounts of goods. Every decision has a positive or negative effect. And what I like, and I go back to Thomas Sowell all the time, he says it's all about compromising what you want, and if you're okay with this, you'll do it this way. If you're not, you'll do it the other way. Right? It's all about trade-offs, he says. If you want to make things more energy efficient, there's a higher cost to it because there's more building materials. That's the trade-off. If you want more governmental regulations, more governmental people, more if you want more subsidies, if you want more programs, then the taxpayer pays more. It's that simple.
Yeah. And everything that I'm reading right here is part of what got removed, part of the one big beautiful bill. So 380 billion fraudulent unemployment
This
payments.
is federal spending, though. This is federal, not state spending.
Yeah, we see what it says: issuing fraudulent unemployment payments to tens of thousands of individuals, including those with birth dates in the future, infants, and people listed as 115 years old.
I remember that.
Yeah, 312 billion providing business loans for children.
No, that's millions.
11-year-old. Yep, I heard about all of this. FEMA, 59 billion, supplying services and housing for illegal immigrants in New York City. 46 billion funding projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions in Brazil. Really?
Investing in other countries.
Mm-hmm.
Not in your
43.
own.
Well, 43
Million.
billion. I don't need to do the 300, but
43 million.
yeah.
300,000.
Yeah. Supporting build inclusive and capable 43 billion. Workforce with special emphasis on public health and climate change sectors in Egypt. Are you serious? Man, this list goes on and on, man. Look at this.
So these are all what your country you're sending your tax paid dollar over to other countries. That's one that, right? And this wording, funding positive youth experience in Gaza. Why don't you just, the governments over there should be pulling them out of poverty, is what they need to do. So,
but look down a couple of more. Promoting resilient livelihoods in Gaza. But look at this. Supporting transition of clear energy with energy and supplies in Europe and
supporting male circumcision and condom programs.
Yeah. Providing diversity and inclusion.
17,500,000.
DIS scholarship programs, student in Burma.
Stop real quick. 17,500,000 for circumcisions and condoms. Why do you need to send 17,500,000 for condoms and circumcision?
Yeah.
Make that make sense for me.
312 million.
Greetings, Mary Roberts. She has a statement that I would like to kind of go over. She says, when you take away federal funding, the states have to make up for it. End of story. Well, here's the thing. We're talking about wasteful spending. We're not talking about
the government does not have to make up for it. That's not the government. The government responsibility is to take care of to be honest, if we want to be honest about it, the only people that the government's actually supposed to be taking care of, and I hate to say it, are the tax-paying people.
Correct. It's supposed to take care of its own country. That's it. But so here's the thing, right? So for this statement here, so what we're attacking is the wasteful spending. If they cut it, then you wouldn't have the burden on the taxpayer the way you have it now, right? So I don't know if you're here from the beginning. I'm just going to assume you weren't. But the main factor was the 13% property tax hike in Boston, Massachusetts. And the reason she was trying to paint the picture that is because commercial properties were not paying their share of the bill, and that it was the lowest taxes that the commercial buildings have paid in 43 years, but failed to mention how the value of those are vacant and they're not valuable properties. So there's nobody in the building to pay taxes. So instead she says, because their poor planning of business and their poor way of business, and the video, I got to go over here and I got to show this video because this is going to be from another state that's getting its jobs due to poor business practices by the city of Boston.
Well, hey, brother Jeremy, I'm about to go in the background, man. My
Okay,
wife can hear stuff like that and everything, but I'm still, like I said, I'm in the background.
All right, brother.
Okay. All right. God bless you, brother.
God bless you. So this here is they need to cut the funding of certain areas, trim the fat, if you will, if I dare use that. So we'll play the video, and this is representatives from New Hampshire thanking Boston for their terrible business practices and forcing businesses out of the state, thus forcing jobs out of the state, thus causing more poverty. That's what that does. So we'll get into that, and we'll see.
I'm the executive director of Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance. We're having a press conference outside the House chamber in the Mass Legislature. We just finished delivering handout signs that look like this sign. talking about basically the New Hampshire advantage. New Hampshire is not competing with Massachusetts. Massachusetts is not competing with New Hampshire. New Hampshire is competing with Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee. Last week, a business with 250 employees announced they're moving to New Hampshire. New Hampshire won. But in every case, Massachusetts loses. We're sending a message here today to the legislature, to the governor, that they need to wake up. They need to change course. Last week, we heard that in September, Massachusetts had the worst jobs numbers since the pandemic started. We cannot continue down this path of higher taxes, more climate mandates, and expensive housing. So we're trying to send a message to the governor that they need to reverse course, need to cut taxes, eliminate taxes, get rid of the climate mandate, reduce costs for Massachusetts, make it more affordable. And there's no better way to do that than just follow the lead of New Hampshire. I'm here today with several leaders in the New Hampshire legislature who are going to speak to you today. Representative Joe Sweeney from Salem, New Hampshire.
Thank you so much, Paul. I'm Representative Joe Sweeney. I represent the town of Salem, New Hampshire, right on the Massachusetts border. I serve as the House Deputy Majority Leader in the state of New Hampshire. And these businesses moving to New Hampshire are no accident. When we see headlines like Analogic or Syncor moving their operations to the state of New Hampshire, it's not luck, it's not coincidence. It's the result of, over the last decade, New Hampshire Republicans have done everything that we can to lower our business taxes, lower taxes in the state, say no to the new taxes that the Democrats have proposed in New Hampshire, like an income tax. We'll always say no to a sales tax. We've said no to a capital gains tax. We've made sure that we phased out our interest and dividends tax in New Hampshire. We don't have an income tax. We certainly don't have a millionaire's tax that the state of Massachusetts imposed on their citizens. We're doing everything we can in New Hampshire to make ourselves the beacon of prosperity and freedom in the Northeast. We came to Massachusetts State House today to thank Governor Healy and the Massachusetts Democrats in office, to thank them for their leadership in their driving their policies that have made Massachusetts such a bad state to do business in and New Hampshire such a good state to do business in. Look, we don't.
So they have no sales tax in New Hampshire. They have no income tax. They don't have those. They've never had those. So they're not taxing their citizens like crazy. They don't have a millionaire's tax. So that whole lie about rich people not getting taxed, that's a lie. They get taxed more. People who are wealthy make up the vast majority of the taxes that are paid. A lot of people don't know that. If you make over $100,000, you are in a new tax bracket. Therefore, you pay more taxes, right? So if you make $250,000, you pay more taxes. If you pay $500,000, you pay more taxes. If you hit the millions, forget it. You're paying taxes out the nose. That's facts. So that lie that the rich don't get taxed, that's a lie. They get taxed. They get taxed an outrageous amount. I'm not a millionaire. And the amount of taxes that I get taxed would make you sickening. I believe in taxes alone, last year myself was over $20,000 to federal and state taxes. That's not including my health insurance. That's not including the eye insurance, dental insurance. That's not including it's not including also the long-term disability. That's not including my 401k. That's just state and federal taxes. The more you make, the more they take. That's a true statement. So the more money you make, the more they take. So let's continue that now.
We want Massachusetts to fail. We want Massachusetts to be able to succeed. We would love their legislators and their voters to open up their eyes and realize the destruction that they're doing in their state before they lose all of their business to the state of New Hampshire. But as long as we have the New Hampshire advantage, where we are able to attract businesses from Massachusetts and elsewhere throughout the Northeast, we are going to use everything in our power to attract those new businesses and those developers to come up north of the border and come to New Hampshire. Even locally, we're seeing mayors in Massachusetts get elected that are against development and against growth. We saw that in Everett. We saw that in Somerville this past November. Certainly the re-election of Mayor Wu in Boston. She wants to make it more expensive for businesses to do business in the city of Boston. But with Everett, Somerville, I mean, you look at big developments that could potentially be put on hold. I'd put out a message to the Craft Group that's been looking to develop in Everett for years, that they keep hitting Haywind and they keep hitting local regulations and stoppage at the state of Massachusetts. Come on up to the free state of New Hampshire. We'd love to have you. We're open to all development. Everyone that's getting pushback in Massachusetts for development, we have an open invite to come up to New Hampshire and work with us. And I'd love to pass it off to my colleague, Brian Labrie from Bedford, New Hampshire. He's the chairman of our Small Business Coalition in the New Hampshire House. Brian.
Folks, New Hampshire is open for business. And it may sound maybe tongue in cheek when Joe says we'd like to thank the Governor Healy for, having policies that aren't wonderful here in Massachusetts. What I can tell you is the state, your budget is a lot bigger than ours. Our marketing budget is nowhere near what yours is. You guys are doing us the biggest service in the world, Massachusetts, in the governor's office, for allowing businesses to get frustrated and leave the state. We are happy to take them. As much as we like the fact that Massachusetts is our neighbor and we want to see Massachusetts successful, we are happy to take and house and help these folks with these businesses that come over the line. We just, as Joe said, we just had 2. I think that brought around 700 employees with it. This is an opportunity for Massachusetts businesses to experience growth. We have a business profits tax that is less than Massachusetts. We'd welcome just anybody who wants to listen to the message. We are open for business. Our highways show it. We're doing highway construction right now, opening from 2 to 4. We're trying to make it so that businesses can operate in the state of New Hampshire far more easier than in the past. We've got wonderful airport facilities like Manchester. Londonderry's exploding right now with New Balance and all these wonderful businesses. And we are here to send the message to the governor's office sincerely from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for doing what you do. Turn it over to Joe Alexander.
Thank you, Brian, Joe, Paul. My name is Joe Alexander. I'm the youngest chair in the House, but I am the chairman of the House Housing Committee. And one thing we talk about when we bring businesses to the Granite State is how can we afford to get housing that's how can we get enough housing for the people that are moving to our state? So New Hampshire, we've done things a little different. We're not doing these handouts to developers. We're giving them safety, security with approval timelines. We're allowing them to build smaller houses on smaller lots. We're allowing accessory dwelling units, residential and commercial. There's a bunch of creative things that New Hampshire is doing that Massachusetts just isn't. We're not going to be having these huge subsidized apartment buildings on every street corner. That's what's happening in Massachusetts. We want to give everybody the ability to raise a family in the Granite State. And it's no wonder New Hampshire is the best place to raise a family. So with that, I want to thank Governor Healy driving out Massachusetts residents. They're moving to New Hampshire at record speeds. And the one caveat I want to say, if you move to New Hampshire, please make sure that you vote correctly and support the New Hampshire Advantage. You support those Republican legislators, Republican governor, because we're on a roll and we're going to keep going.
So that's the neighboring state of Massachusetts that's booming now due to the cost of business. If the cost of business is higher, the price is higher, and or they leave, which creates poverty because then jobs leave. You have to make it business friendly for businesses to do business inside of your state if you want to produce jobs. You have to make it so they can grow, which means they can hire more people. They can raise the amount that people get paid, because when the business does good, the people do good. If your business is taken care of, the people that work there will be taken care of. If you handcuff the business, it will leave or cut jobs. And people will work harder for longer for less money unless they leave. That's what happens. That's business. That's economics. You cannot handcuff a business and expect them to offer the creme de la creme. That's not how business works. A business is in it to make money. It's not a charity. It's there to make money so it can sustain, grow, hire more, develop more people. That way people can be more productive. They can have higher salaries. It's a win. When business does well, people do well. Greetings, twin. Oh, you want to know what's the median salary? So it varies, right? Depends on how the median. So I'll get that for you. The median salary and the median income to live in Boston. Rents are through the roof. It's ridiculous. It's far below. And this goes back to no businesses being there. So I'm glad you asked that question because that's right along this. But I want to show you real quick. I want to show you the debt that the city of Boston has. So it says here, City of Boston liabilities. As of early 2025, the city of Boston faces a long-term debt burden of approximately $2.9 billion to $3.1 billion. That's just the city of Boston. That's how much debt Boston is in. All right. Largely driven by unfunded retirement and health care obligation for city employees. This equates to a taxpayer burden of roughly $10,600 to $12,000 per resident. That's what this is what you have to pay. State unemployment debt. Massachusetts currently owes the federal government $2.1 billion, potentially rising to $3 billion with interest due to an accountant error where pandemic relief funds were mistakenly used for unemployment benefits. Bond management. The state manages its debt through the Massachusetts Debt Management Department, which provides data for investors and citizens regarding state bonds and municipal debt trends. Credit card debt. Boston has recently seen some of the highest increases in consumer debt in the U.S., with an average credit card balances reaching approximately $9,096 per person by late 2024. Medical debt. Despite high insurance rates, oh yes, I pay monthly almost $1,300. Over 12% of Massachusetts residents carry medical debt, often due to high deductible plans. Oh yeah, if I go to the emergency room, that's $200 a whack. All right. Student loans. Approximately 56% of Massachusetts college graduates have debt. Why do they have debt? They have no jobs. With an average load of $33,457. Well, no jobs. Students can't work. They come out of college and they're stuck. But their debt didn't go anywhere. They still got to pay that. What do? Medical plans. You get sick. You can't not go to the doctor. You can't not go to the hospital, right? If you have an emergency, what do? So, like I said, if I go to the emergency room, that's a $200 bill just to walk through the door and register myself to be seen. That's a $200 bill. And I'm paying nearly $1,300 a month for health insurance. So, paying high insurance bills, I still got to pay $200 as a copayment. I go to get medicine, still got a copay. Depending on the medicine, they might not even cover it. So what is this? This is all part of a poorly run city. I thank God I don't live in Boston. So you want to know the debt to the median income? Okay. Okay. So, all right. And I know. So the median income, Boston's median income, is around 94,755 from 2019 to 2023. But it varies significantly by neighborhood and age, with younger householders earning less in some areas reaching over 130K. Well, which if you have that 130K, guess what happens? You get the higher tax bracket. This is all before taxes. This is not after taxes. This is before tax. So if you make 130K, you're really making 70 or 80 after taxes is all said and done. After all your things get taken out, you're making about 70 to 80K. But they've paid you 130. Okay? Well, a comfortable single person in Boston might need over 120K to live comfortably due to high living costs. You need to make a single person to live comfortably needs $120,000 a year. That's the cost of living. You drive businesses out. You raise the taxes on the single family homes. You push the poverty level even further. The state is run, the city has run horribly. Horribly. And the citizens are paying for it. So if you want to blame anybody, blame the mayor. Blame the people that are making these ridiculous rules that is pushing business out, causing more poverty. Stop blaming the corporation because they're pushing the corporation out, which provides jobs. They pushed New Balance went up to New Hampshire. That's a pretty big corporation. I'm pretty sure some Massachusetts residents would love to work for New Balance. But you can't. Why? Because they left. Boston is in shambles. The crime rate has gone up. No, I'm sorry. The murder rate has gone up 30% since Michelle Wu took office. 30%. Why is that? Because if you don't, people are struggling. Let's be real. Not everybody is serving the Lord. If you create poverty, you create crime, you create desperate people, you create robberies, which gives the increase of someone getting hurt. You increase kidnapping, you increase fraudulent behavior, you increase people depending on SNAP benefits, which then the people who are working, which are few, have to pay more. It's a vicious cycle. All right. Now you asked, and the median for a 3-bedroom. You want to know what a 3-bedroom is in Boston? Okay, let's find out what a 3-bedroom in Boston is. Depends on the neighborhood too. Depends on the neighborhood. All right. You ready for this one? You ready for this one, twin? Here you go. Wait till you see this staggering number. A 3-bedroom apartment in Boston typically ranges from around $3,000 to over $7,000 per month, with averages often falling in the $4,000 to $5,000 plus bracket, depending heavily on neighborhood, like Brighton versus Seaport, size, amenities, and age, with some budget-friendly options in areas like Allston or Dorchester. And guess what you're getting in Dorchester? The projects. You're getting the projects, you're getting the crime in Dorchester. You get Roxbury, Mattapan, crime, drugs, addicts all over the place. You talking Brighton or Seaport? That's the $7,000 per month. Lower and luxury units commanding much higher prices. Ready? Budget friendly. You might. It didn't say you will. It said you might find 3 bedrooms for $3,000 to $4,000 in areas like Alston, Roslindale, or parts of Dorchester, because there's parts of Dorchester where you're like, oh, is this really Dorchester? Which is on the outskirts. So same thing as Brockton. There's parts of Brockton. It's on the outskirts. You're like, oh, this is Brockton or Fall River. Oh, this is Fall River. Oh, Springfield. Oh, this is Springfield. Worcester. Oh, this is Worcester when you get towards the airport, right? It's very nice. Especially for older units or larger houses. Mid-range. Many listings cluster in the $4,500 to $6,000 range across various neighborhoods. Luxury high-end in describable areas like the Seaport or Back Bay, 3 bedrooms could easily exceed $7,000 plus monthly. And then they're going to, guess what? Raise the property tax 13%, which raises that monthly pay higher. Because the landlord's not going to foot the bill for the tenant because he can't afford to. And it's a business. It's not a charity. People automatically think landlords have to be charity workers. No, he's got bills. He got kids to feed too. He got a wife. It's not right to make him eat the bill. Stop blaming the landlord. Blame the mayor and all that work with her. All right. Oh, let's look at influencing costs. All right. Alston Brighton tends to be more affordable than South End or Seaport. In-unit laundry, modern finishes. And yeah, in Boston, you ain't finding that. You finding some rat holes. You finding old asbestos piping and all kinds of crazy stuff in Boston. You ain't finding no gym, no concierge. No. Not in the areas you're going to be affording. You better be hitting that bus. You better be hitting that subway because that's how you're getting around. Ankle Express is highly likely. Size and condition, square footage, and recent renovations. Let's get into recent renovations. My goodness. They call that painting. Or they put a new stove in there 6 years ago, 10 years ago. Oh, it's recently remodeled. You go in there and that thing looks ancient. Yeah, okay. And then they're charging you through the nose. $3,500 a month for a 3-bedroom in Jamaica Plain. 821 square feet. $3,500. $3,500 for an 821 square foot apartment. You paying that's less than a mortgage. But they keep making the poverty level worse because of what they do financially, how they budget. They don't cut out the fat. That's the problem. It has nothing to do with corporations and rich people being greedy. They've pushed all the people that will give them jobs out of the city. Because if you own a business, are you going to go with the more expensive place to run the business, or are you going to go somewhere cheaper? Let's be real. If you tell me you're going to go somewhere cheaper, I'm going to call you a liar. Are you going to go somewhere more expensive? I'm going to call you a liar. Because you won't be a very good business person. Businesses look to save money. But if it costs less to run a business, the workers can be paid more and have more work. If you raise the cost for a business, less workers, more poverty. They work hand in hand. $5,500 a month for a contemporary unit in Cambridge Street area, Alston or Camden Street. $7,700 plus month for a luxury apartment in Seaport. All right, look at this. $4,300 a month for this thing. You know what? Let's go. We're going to look at it. Let's have some fun with this one. You want to look at it? Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Let's look at it now. All right. Apartments for rent in Boston. We're going to find out what you're going to get for your money. You ready? These are actual prices as of right now. All right. This is on Zillow. All right. So this is the Boston area. This is kind of the outskirts. The Boston, the Brighton, Cambridge. This is the Boston, right? All right. We're gonna go to Southie. Southie's where all the Italian, not the, all the Irish. $4,000 for 855 square feet. You paying $4,000 a month for this thing. 4,000. Is that worth 4,000? Look, you ain't even got no cabinet space. You don't even have an actual kitchen. Look at this. This is one of those stupid luxury ones that they built that are pieces of garbage. This is like a condominium place. Look at that. That's your living room and your kitchen right here. Take a look at that. This here is your living room and your kitchen. Look at that thing. That's 4,000. Look, it's 2,100, 2,800. Let's go to West Roxbury. All right, let's go to Jamaica Plain. This Jamaica Plains. That's a rough area, right? Look at this. For a studio apartment, $2,295. For a 2-bedroom, $3,450 plus. For a 3-bedroom, $4,600. But let's keep raising the taxes on the single-family homes and on all those people who own property. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Look at that, $3,500. Look at this thing, $3,500 for a 1-bedroom. $3,520 plus for a 2-bedroom. $4,411. That's Charlestown. Charlestown is the. Let's go here. $2,600 for a 1-bedroom. $3,600 for a 2-bedroom. This is Roxbury. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this place. That don't look extravagant, does it? I mean, it's not a dump, but it ain't extravagant. Look at you right here. You right here. There you are, right here in this building. Look at that. Look at that. There's your kitchen. It got more cabinet space at least than the other place, but all right. There's your bedroom. There's your little tiny hallway. There's your living room. That's a nice, spacious living room, ain't it? That thing's monstrous. You might be able to fit a TV in there if you try. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna happen. You can't even fit nothing. You can fit a couch with a tiny little circle table. That tells you how small that thing is. Look at that. Look at it. Ooh, there's some fresh paint. Whoop-de-doo. Look at that. Look how tiny that is. Look, that's your kitchen. That's your dining room. That's where you eating right here. You eating right here, and your living room's right next to it. In the same room. There you go. Hope you ain't got no kids. Let me zoom in for you. Right here. Can you see that now? Look at that thing. Look at how tiny that thing is. Look at that. That's your living room. Right there. $2,600. That's what it gets you. Right there. Yeah. That's a good deal, ain't it? You see the picture now? Oh, what the heck happened to it? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. I know why. Hold on. I know why. Give me 1 second. Ready? Ready? Watch this. Check this out. Check this out. Bam. Here's your living room right there. Can you see it now? There's your living room. Can you see that? That's your living room or your dining room right there. That gets you $2,600. You can't fit no TV in there. Nothing. Look at that. One couch, a little table, and one chair. And here's where you eat your dinner. Hope you ain't got no kids. Hope you ain't got no kids. Look at. Nothing. But there's your building right here. That's where you live in. Right here. You're living right here. Yeah. Ready? It's crazy. Oh, let's see the 1,700. Actually, let's check this $3,400. Let's check this bad boy out. 3,400. We got cheap little rack there. Look at that. Look at that. There's your kitchen. And there's your living room. You ain't putting no table there. You're going to eat on this island right here. That's what you're going to eat. Make yourself some stools. All right, let's go. Let's go back. That's nice, huh? That's what you get. So you're not getting much. You're not getting much. So I'm gonna let you hear Michelle Wu again. Trying to blame the businesses. You're trying to blame the businesses for the reason why your property tax is going up. All right. Tell that lie to somebody else. You ain't fooling me. Ready? Let's go see if we can't find it. I like Zillow because it's a little more friendly to see. At least. Ready? Let's find out what you can get in the good old. For a studio apartment, $3,430 in Roxbury. All right. Studio apartment in this building, $2,500. All right, let's check this one out. $2,500. This is what $2,500 gets you in Boston. It's a nice living room, huh? It's huge. Gigante. 2,500. So, ready? Look at that bedroom. Look how tiny that thing is. You can barely fit a bed in that thing. You can barely fit a bed in it. Well, let's keep looking. This look. This is $3,000 to $4,200 for a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, 450 square feet. That's the size of a living room and a kitchen. You wonder why people in Boston are angry. Look at that thing. Look at that. Oh, you got a nice view. Oh, you can see some buildings. Oh, that's a sweet bathroom. Look at that luxury. Look at that. There you go. There's your kitchen. Look, you can't look at the stove. Look where the stove's at. Tucked away in the corner, and you got a sink. And then you got your couch here. You can't even put a kitchen table. Boston is grossly expensive. Grossly expensive. The city of Boston is run terrible. Let's take a look. Oops. Here we go. $3,000 for a 1-bedroom in Brighton. Brighton's expensive, so that's like the equivalency of like Manhattan type deal. Expensive. $3,400 a month. 34. This is a studio. That's just a studio. These are studios. These don't even have an actual bedroom. Your bedroom, there is no bedroom. You got to separate that with one of them little Japanese little pull-out thingies. Or get yourself a sheet, right? Hang the sheet across a piece of string where your bedroom is, because you know you ain't putting no door there. Oh man, look at this. Look at this. 2-bedroom. Mattapan. Mattapan is fantastic. Look at this. Brighton for a studio, 28, 29. These are all studio apartments. Let's check. Let's hold on. Ready? 3-bedroom. You ready to blow your mind? Ready to blow your mind? 3-bedroom. 3-bedroom coming your way. Let's check the price. Total price $7,016. $7,016 for a 3-bedroom. All right. 3+, right? Right here. Look at this building right here. Let's check this one out. $3,100 for a 3-bedroom. This is what you get. You get an old building. These are them old buildings that was built in like the early 1900s. This is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. It's $2,100. Right? There's your apartment. Look at that thing. That thing's fancy, huh? Don't forget your utility bills will probably be like $600 combined. And then your grocery bill is probably gonna be like $500 to $600 a month. If you've just feeding, a kid and yourself. Look at that. Look at that. They ain't not fancy about it. Look at drop ceiling tiles. That's ugly. 525 square feet for a 1-bedroom, $2,100 with some drop ceiling tiles. In a big old building with no space. This is $9,000 for a 3-bedroom. $9,000. $4,500. That's Roxbury Crossing, which is one of those buildings. These are all these newer, fancy schmancy condominium places. That's it. All condos. You're paying condos. $4,300 for a condo. $5,600 for a 3-bedroom. So you get the picture? All right. Let's check something else out. All right. Let's check out average income. All right. Oh, I don't want to be that close. That's a little much. All right. All right. So as of, I'm going to share this screen here. So they have like extremes to like the average individual. So the average individual in Boston. So it says, while the average individual salary is about $81,050, that's taking the highest of the highest and the lowest of the lows. Income varies significantly by age, with younger households earning less and established careers 45 to 64 earning more. And Massachusetts, as a state, boasts the highest median household income in the United States, around $104,828. It's a 2024. But this here does not reflect the other fun fact of is this. Around 140,000 people in Boston receive SNAP benefits, representing about 1 in 5 residents. 1 in 5 people. 1 in 5 right here residents receive SNAP benefits, which means they're below the median income. 1 out of 5. So that number is not very accurate because most of Boston is low income. Most of Boston is low income. You got your rich pockets like every city, but most of Boston. But that's what higher taxes for businesses does. It drives out business. Okay, that's a fact. So with that being said, the mayor of Boston is doing a terrible job, and she's not helping the people whatsoever. So I hope this was helpful for each and every one of you. I hope it's given you a little insight on the reality of the debt and the way that these cities are run, and it can give you a better understanding of how it's important to have these things right. Now you have you have this woman here. This is the wonderful mayor, Mayor Wu, who's doing an atrocious job. So, right?
The cost of housing is too high. But in Boston, it's not just rent and mortgage payments. Next year, because of state law, corporations are set to pay their lowest share of property taxes in the last 43 years. That means residential property owners are set to pay their highest share, an increase of $780 for the average single-family homeowner.
Did you guys see this clip? Have you seen this clip before? This is the most disingenuous thing I've seen in a long time. I think what she really meant to say is that under her watch, Boston's commercial real estate values have plummeted so badly that their tax basis is now lower than it was 43 years ago. That's the problem. That is the problem. That's why they're going to be paying lower taxes. They're paying lower taxes because Michelle effectively tanked the commercial real estate here, along with Maura Healey. She's to blame too. So no, this is not because corporations suddenly discovered some kind of like tax alchemy hack here. It's because half of the office buildings in Boston now qualify as haunted houses because you drove them out of the city, along with everybody else, along with all the other cronies that are in the legislature. Just like the Small Business Association completely removed themselves from Boston. And now we're right back at square one. We're right back where we were almost a year ago today. And obviously, clearly, no lessons have been learned. So if you live in Boston or you're a business owner in Boston, this video is going to be for you. First of all, Mayor Michelle Wu just did something I've really never seen before. I've never seen politicians do this, at least not to this scale. She ended up holding a press conference, okay? So she holds a press conference about property taxes, your property taxes, about your money. And she made every single reporter in that room agree to not publish the story until the very next day. This was what I would call an embargoed press conference about taxes. It's about your taxes. The mayor of Boston called reporters into a room and told them about a massive property tax increase hitting homeowners, you guys, in the next 3 weeks, and then said, you can't report on this. You can't report on this until tomorrow. When is the last time you heard a politician asking the media to sit out on a story like this? This is not transparency, guys. This is what I like to call damage control. That's what it is. That's what you do when you're about to drop a bomb or drop a nuke, and then you need time to spin this story before people lose their frickin' minds. And that's exactly what happened. But I would say what she did reveal, in that room at least, it should really make everybody sick because, again, we're right back at square one. And here's how it goes. Starting in January, the homeowners in Boston are potentially getting hit with a 13% property tax increase, which will more than likely be a $700 to $800 per year increase on top of what you're already paying. But here is the part that Wu decided to leave out. This is the part that Wu decided to bury. Because to my understanding of how these billing cycles work, your January bill isn't going to show a 13% increase. It's going to show a 26% increase from your last bill, because these things are retroactive. The billing cycles are retroactive. So you're going to open your bill, of course, right after the holidays and see a number that is going to make you wonder if this is some kind of mistake. It's not a mistake. It's because it's retroactive. That's basically what's happening here. So, and I think Wu, let me just say this. I think that Wu knew this would cause some panic. That's why she more than likely embargoed it. Now, to my understanding, it's going to go back to 13% on average, and your subsequent tax bills should be 13%. It should reflect that amount, because effectively they need to have that retroactive tax to catch up. That's why it initially is going to be 26%. But it gets much worse than that. It gets absolutely much worse than that. And that's because State Senator Nick Collins, he has been blocking Wu's tax plan for over a year. He did it last year. He's also now doing it again this year. And do you know what he said this week? Almost verbatim. He ended up saying that crucial financial data was manipulated and hidden from policymakers, not necessarily withheld, not necessarily delayed, but manipulated and hidden. That is a state senator accusing the mayor of Boston of effectively cooking the books. That's what it is. That is exactly what this is. And since last year, Wu has claimed that homeowners were facing a 33% property tax increase without her emergency intervention. So she testified at the State House hearings, and she probably scared the hell out of everybody that was there. That's realistically what happened. And then what ended up happening was Collins said he wanted her to show him the actual certified numbers from the Department of Revenue. You would think that you need these numbers in order to solve a problem. I do not know why she's hiding these numbers. I really don't know why. So why are they not proposing the final numbers? It doesn't make any sense to me. The real increase was a 10.4%. That's what it was. Not 13, 10. She was off by like 220% or something. She essentially tripled the real numbers to manufacture a crisis. Why? I think that she did that because both her and Healy have been talking about eliminating or working on Prop 2.5. That's what I think. And now she's back with the same exact playbook and the same exact fear campaign by claiming 13% this year. And Collins ended up saying something along the lines of like, show me the certified data first. And for some reason, Wu won't do it. I don't understand. Maybe you guys know more than me. I don't understand why they won't release this data. So for the second year in a row, City Hall is holding back the Department of Revenue certified numbers, and Collins literally is out here begging to try to release this information. It's outrageous that this is happening. Release the numbers so you could collaborate with people and figure out a resolution. This is not government. This is like a hostage situation, guys. It's insane to me. And also, I'll just add this, Senator, if you want to, I'll tell you right now, if you want to sit down and talk this through on my podcast, please send me an email and we could get to the bottom of this together. Anything that I could do to help, I will do. And by the way, this isn't the only thing that Wu is not releasing. We've been waiting for, it's almost been a year that we sent a FOIA request in regards to White Stadium. And guess what happened? They pushed us around. They told us they're going to release it. They told us this. They told us that. We still don't have them. Okay, we're sitting here. We still don't have them. It's insane to me. Now, here's Wu's explanation of why. This is it. And this is where the lies start to become exposed. She says that commercial property values are dropping because of remote work and empty offices. And if the state would just let her shift more taxes onto businesses, everything would be fine. Totally fine. I don't think That's entirely the case here. Again, I work in real estate. I've been in real estate for over 11 years. Our overall vacancy rate is around 18%. That's the entirety of Boston, by the way. That's all of Boston. But if you look at submarkets, if you look at places like the financial district or the adjoining neighborhoods, we're pushing the mid to upper 20s, okay, amongst, like I said, other areas. But as a whole, on paper, it looks like we're performing better than other states because Boston is actually quite big, right? So the national average is around 19%. The only other major city that is significantly outperforming everybody else in this sector is Miami at around 14% vacancy. They are ranked number 1 in the nation. Do you want to know why Miami is ranked number 1 in the nation? They're actually gaining jobs. They are gaining office jobs. 26,000 professional jobs ended up migrating into Miami during the pandemic. Meanwhile, Boston lost something like 14,000 plus some numbers, right? I can't remember everything.
So as we see, withholding information, trying to cook the books, trying to manipulate numbers. 25% occupancy is crazy. You have 25% of your office buildings not being occupied. That's an alarming number. And like you said, when you take the total overall, it says 18%, so it looks better, but some areas are worse than others, right? It depends on the neighborhood. Some areas are more expensive, some areas are cheaper, yada, 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 right? You have the districts that are, your blue collar districts, which will have occupancies. You'll have your heating and cooling, places. You'll have your manufacturing places. You'll have those things in the city of Boston. You'll have you have the Seaport district, which is, all of the fishing and things like that, imports, exports. That's always going to be buzzing, right? But when you get to the other areas, the buildings are vacant, unoccupied, not paying any form of taxes, right? There's just nobody there. So they're just rotting away. So when you have rotting away buildings and you have no jobs and you're losing jobs and other cities are gaining jobs, you lose tax revenue. You lose tax revenue, you're in bigger trouble. So she's trying to shift it over to the tax. She's trying to shift it over to the homeowners. And the renters are going to have to face the burden and so on and so forth. So as you can see, it's a hot mess. In Boston, it's a hot mess. And you saw the outrageous amounts for an apartment, a 1-bedroom, a studio. You're going to pay $2,600? That's crazy. That's crazy. So
they lost around 14 to 15,000 office jobs just last year alone, okay? And that's not because people are working from home. It's because our biotech center is collapsing in real time. That is what's happening. I have some numbers here. I'm going to read them off.
And if you remember, the state of New Hampshire, the gentleman was saying biotech moved to New Hampshire. The New Hampshire representatives in the video before said that they moved to New Hampshire. So he's factually right. That's part of losing the jobs. Those are good jobs. You have your McDonald's and your Burger King jobs that are going to be there. But those good paying jobs are leaving because it doesn't make sense to do business in Boston. It's that simple.
To you. So in August, pharmaceutical companies laid off 19,000 people nationwide, a 142% increase from last year. Here in Massachusetts, companies are shutting down. They're shutting down left and right. Cogent Therapeutics, they closed. Abata Therapeutics, they closed. Itios, they closed. NextRNA, they ended up winding down their staff. The CEO of NextRNA literally said something like, 4 years ago, if a young person asked me what they should go study, I would tell them to go into biology. Now, I don't think I would say that because I don't know if you're going to have a job in 4 years. So the causes here are not necessarily all because of remote work. That's an entire industry that is dying. So,
and if you know anything about Boston, you know Boston is known for its hospitals. It's known for its healthcare being really good. It's known for its colleges being very good. But here they are losing a part of that hospital, which is biology, which is these things, which is these pharmaceuticals, right? So they're losing jobs. Boston's heavily invested in this. I don't even know how many hospitals. It's ridiculous how many hospitals are in Boston. You have Beth Israel. There's so many, right? You have Children's Hospital. You have all kinds. There's hospitals everywhere in Boston. There's doctors everywhere in Boston, surgeons, everything. Well, they're losing jobs. Technology, biotech, all this stuff is going away, which was bread and butter for Boston. They were making good money. People had good jobs. People had good careers. People, you have all these colleges, MIT, Harvard, BU, BC, all of these colleges that are known for their acumen. They're pumping out students now, and these students don't have jobs.
here's what Wu doesn't want you to understand, at least what I think she doesn't want you to understand.
Can my dad go from XL to
70% of Boston's revenue, it comes from property taxes. That's twice as much as virtually any other major city in America. It works sometimes, but in the current economic climate that we're in, like speaking to Massachusetts specifically, that's not going to work anymore. It's just not going to work. So we effectively put all of our eggs in a basket, and now that basket seems to have a massive hole inside of it. That's what's happening. So, you could look at Texas. When Texas cities, their office values dropped, it hurts, okay? It definitely hurts. But when ours drop, the entire city budget implodes. Do you want to know why Austin and Dallas have such high vacancy rates? They overbuilt. They basically overbuilt. It's the same exact thing that happened with residential housing there. They had this boom during COVID. They overbuilt, and now places are sitting vacant, and property owners are having to reduce prices. And they effectively built themselves into a crisis. Boston actually underbuilt by comparison. So our problem isn't too much supply. Our problem is that the demand collapsed. Our demand completely collapsed because we are losing entire industries because it doesn't make financial sense to open a business in Boston, let alone in Massachusetts. And this is very well proven data. The Boston Policy Institute, which of course last year Wu tried to discredit publicly. She called it false information. Any kind of data, if it's not or doesn't fit her narrative, is somehow classified as false information. They ended up warning Boston that they're going to face a pretty big collapse, okay? And very much so cumulative shortfalls over the next couple of years. She didn't want to listen to this. Based on Wu's numbers, the Institute said that we are hurtling towards a worst case scenario. That's not remote work that is killing us, guys. That's a structural fiscal collapse. It's the same type of collapse that we're seeing all throughout Boston. We have over 53 municipalities that are looking for tax overrides. We have a problem here. Furthermore, look at it this way. May as well slide this in. Wu's salary got bumped up to 250 grand, okay? 250 grand. She's making more money in one hand, and in the other hand, she is simultaneously raising.
So when the other mayor is cutting the pay that we saw in the previous video, she bumped it. She's making $250,000 a year. And the city's struggling. She got a raise. You don't get a raise. So is it really the corporations? Is it really the corporations? Come on, think, people. Think.
Your taxes. She's robbing from Peter to pay Paul, except she's Paul in this circumstance, right? So it really doesn't matter with the budgets, the layoffs, and all this other stuff. It really doesn't matter. Difficult decisions have to be made. That's what needs to happen. And then meanwhile, she's out there spending $13,000 of taxpayer money to take a trip down or up to Nova Scotia to cut down a Christmas tree or like a holiday tree or whatever the politically correct language is here in Massachusetts. I don't know what the hell it is. Okay. So forgive me. So we spend $13,000 for a photo op. That's what we spend. And when her office goes out, they get caught. They claimed it was only $5,000. Okay. That's what they claimed. And then, of course, the receipts came in, and it was closer to $13,000. Might be 11. They're still trying to spin this as best as humanly possible, but it's in or abouts. It's more than $5,000. Okay, let's call it what it is, and that's for a damn tree. Okay, that's for a tree. Imagine what is happening in the shadows. Okay, that we can't find. Right. So Nick had what I would call a decent proposal. It's called a tax shock preventative credit, and the way it works is like this. So for seniors and longtime residents, they would only jump up to no more than 10%. The Senate bill 1935, I believe that's what it was, allows Boston to issue rebates to residents who qualify for a residential exemption. These are targeted relief programs, but I don't think she's interested in helping long-term residents. I don't think she's interested in helping people that have been here for a very long time. I think she's more interested in helping people that came here yesterday. Furthermore, she and Maura Healey, at least in my opinion, they have been talking about doing things to bypass Prop 2.5, which is obviously the law that protects these voters' rights to approve major tax increases. And she wants it without showing anybody the certified numbers first. Here's the thing. This doesn't.
So Prop 2.5, as you mentioned, greetings, brother TNT, is to protect the people have a right to say no to higher taxes. She's trying to dismantle that. On top of taxing you 13 extra percent, on top of that 10% the year before, 10.4, she wants to tax you more. On top of the millionaire's tax, on top of the sales tax, on top of the excise tax, on top of the sewer tax, on top of the, all these taxes. She wants to tax you and be able to tax you without you being able to fight it. So this is all what this mayor is doing. Meanwhile, driving businesses out of Massachusetts, as we heard in the video prior, where it was, where the New Hampshire representatives said thank you to her and Governor Healey for pushing businesses to New Hampshire. So if you don't have businesses, you don't have money. You don't have money, you don't have jobs. You don't have jobs, you have poor people, right? You have poor people, you have higher crime rate, so on and so forth, down this whole rabbit hole in which it produces. So this is what it is. So he does a pretty good job in explaining it. So, as we saw earlier, we'll see more of this Wu doing a awful job.
Doesn't make any sense. And here's the thing. Wu's tax shift might buy homeowners maybe 1 or maybe 2 years of relief. And that is a big maybe, okay? But it doesn't solve anything long term. It's basically kicking the can down the road. And if you end up, again, this is coming from a real estate agent. If you end up jacking up commercial tax rates even more, the owners for these properties are going to walk away. They're going to walk away. They're going to let their buildings go into foreclosure, or the landlords will just pass that tax raise on to the tenants who eventually will move out as well. That's what will happen. So if your businesses continue to move out of the city, or places ended up in foreclosure.
Most CD medications only focus on the body, improving blood.
What would happen then? It would mean even less tax revenue the very next year. It's like trying to fix a sinking boat by drilling more holes in it. That's all that this is. And the real problem is that people are leaving Massachusetts. We cannot keep people within my age group here. We can't keep them here. 27,500 people left last year alone. 27% of young adults in Boston say they are considering leaving in the next 5 years. That's what is happening here. We have a massive problem of people getting out of school, going to work here, finding out that it's too expensive to work and or raise a family and or buy a house or whatever else they're trying to do, and they're leaving for more affordable states. The Massachusetts Taxpayers Foundation said higher costs are eroding our competitive edge. That is a 100% true statement. That's what it is. And even 70% of CPAs ended up reporting that high-income clients are changing their primary residence to other states. This is not about remote work, at least not in its entirety. This is about a state that priced itself out of being competitive. So look at it this way. Here's my opinion. What is the actual solution here? I have a couple that I could remember. First of all, WU needs to release the damn numbers. Just release the numbers, all of the numbers. How can we come up with a resolution to a problem when we can't even see the data behind the problem itself? Do you see what I'm saying? That's concerning to me. It leads me to believe of what else are they hiding? I mean, this is a perfect example of why they don't want the audit. Okay, perfect example. We need the Department of Revenue's certified valuations, the entire data set. That's what needs to happen, with no more embargoed press conferences and no more estimates that turn out to be 200% wrong. Just show us the receipts. It's that freaking simple. That's all that it will take. Second of all, she needs to end up working with Collins on his relief bills instead of trying to circumvent voter protections. That's realistically what she needs to do. She does not want to collaborate with people. She wants to do everything on her own. I don't know if it's a pride thing. I'm not entirely.
So I disagree with the relief bill. What needs to happen is you need to cut spending in areas you're able to cut spending in. You have to stop spending so much money. Don't give yourself a raise up to $250,000. That's ridiculous. You need to get rid of the jobs inside of that office that aren't necessary, right? You also need to somehow bring the utility bills down, because Massachusetts utility bills are through the roof. I had a woman, her electric bill, she didn't have a hot tub, she didn't have a pool, she had a good decent sized house, she had your regular appliances. This woman was paying $750 a month for electric. $750 in 2021, when electric went through the roof in this state. No, 2022, I'm sorry. Or 2022, 2023, somewhere in that ballpark area. I went to a renter's home for an assessment. He had a bungalow. And for those who don't know what a bungalow is, it's basically you have a bathroom, a kitchen, a living room, and you may have a bedroom or two. It's very small, maybe about 800, not even 8, maybe 800 square feet, maybe. This gentleman was paying he paid $1,000 electric bill in the winter. $1,000 electric bill. So areas like that are concerning. They're alarming. The utility companies are raking people over the coals, all for this green energy stuff. All these fees. Your fees are ridiculous. Your fees are double the cost of your actual usage in the state of Massachusetts, which is why solar, if you are a good fit for solar, because you have to equate the trees, how much sun. It's not like California or Arizona. So you got to do your math. If it doesn't wipe out your bill, it's not really worth it, or at least 80% of it, it's not really worth it, because then you're paying more in the long run. So there's lots of different areas where this, but Boston is awful, as we saw for a studio apartment, $2,600 for a studio. I mean, that's ridiculous for rent. So what's going on, Pat? How are you, man?
I'm good, man. I'm just coming on to tell you got me blocked. I'm seeing why I was blocked.
No, you shouldn't be blocked. I didn't block you.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it won't show up. It won't show up.
I'll have to try to fix that. I didn't block you though, so you shouldn't
No
be
problem.
blocked.
Yeah, you cool.
So, I don't know if you know anything about this kind of stuff. So basically, she's imposing a 13% tax hike on single-family homes, like basically homeowners in Boston, as well as they imposed a 10.4 tax raise for them. So basically, and businesses are being taxed out of doing business here, so they're moving to neighboring states like New Hampshire and things like that.
Man, they're just following Trump's example and say, I'm the chief executive, so I can do whatever I want to do. And, catch me in court, if, 10 years down the road. And so, we just got to look at who you're voting in the office. Number one, make sure they're of God, number one. And they won't do this kind of stuff. And number two, make sure they are able to do the job that they're not no popular person, no Kardashian, and that they love God and they're able to do the job. Because it's rough running the city.
It is,
and,
but Boston is so
like the oldest city we got, isn't it? Isn't it like the oldest?
One of them, probably, I think. But here's the thing. So I was showing some numbers on rental properties. Do you know what a studio apartment goes for in the city of Boston?
Oh yeah, I've been on for about 2 hours. I've been listening to you, and I mean, it was 7,000. One place was $7,000.
Yeah, so that's for if you live in like the Seaport, which is like the luxurious type area, or Brighton. Those are like the Manhattans, if you will.
I'm gonna tell you, man. I got a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. My mortgage is $600 a month.
That's what I'm saying.
And I live on 5 acres in Arkansas. So, man, $7,000 for a box or a place big as my bedroom, and forget that. And the rats and dealing with the snow. No, forget that. I mean, no backyard. No backyard.
No, you don't. Yeah, Boston, you ain't getting a backyard. You ain't even getting. You ain't getting no backyard.
Yeah.
You might get a walkway.
Yeah, I got it. I know people have to go do what they got to do for their business, but man, I couldn't make it without a yard. But I'm from the South.
I don't like having a yard myself.
Yeah, you can't. No yard, no way.
No, it's bad. It's bad, Pat. So and I was trying to explain that the 13% is passed on to the renter.
Mm-hmm.
So it creates more poverty. It creates more people trying to rely on the government, which puts an added burden on the taxpayer in itself. There's just a vicious cycle and rabbit hole it goes down. And instead of cutting the funding where you can cut it, get rid of trim the fat, if you will, right?
Right.
You would solve a problem. I mean, the graph that I showed you, it was Boston itself was it 2.9 to 3.1 billion dollars in debt?
Yeah, and people, just like our government, the federal government, that's debt we will never pay back, and we can never pay it back. And that's going to, that's why they, like the BRICS are trying to go to the gold standard. If they go to the gold standard, that's why gold's $4,000 an ounce now. If they go to the gold standard, that will cut our dollar in half. And we would, our money would be worth nothing. So it's, and it's just to corrupt people that had these jobs before, and they just say, hey, who cares? Pass that bill on to the kids. But the kids will never be able to pay it back when you got a dollar that's worth half of what it used to be worth.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
And That's why, hey, get you a farm, get you an
You're
acre of
right. You
land,
are right.
grow some corn and some cotton, and get you some rabbits. Because the way it's looking, you're gonna have to have a supply of food, and and spin that rabbit fur so you can make some clothes. And
Yeah.
people think I'm tripping, but I mean, we're close to that now.
It's bad.
Because
No, it is. It is.
once the supermarket shut down, people don't know where to go get food,
Yeah,
and
they don't know how.
they don't know how, don't know, don't even, when the electricity's cut off, how do you cook a ribeye over an open flame? Nobody
Oh,
knows
you
how
can
to
do
do
that.
that.
I can do that. I'd be able to do that. I know. I'd be able to cook.
Yeah, right. Without killing yourself after you eat it.
Yeah, right. No.
You might go down good. You were like, well, that was a good ribeye. You'd be in a hospital. So,
No. But
but
so
yeah,
yeah. And there was I'll be doing a live also on the fraud. I don't know if you saw. I had one. Was it Thursday? On another thing in Boston, there was these two gentlemen who committed almost $7 million in SNAP benefit fraud.
all right, man. How did they do that? That's what I want to know.
Well, they explained it. So they had businesses, and these businesses, one of them was 150 square feet, the other one was about 500 square feet, and they were just collecting. They were just hustling the system. One guy even had an EBT card.
Yeah, giving out the money for the stamps.
Yep. So they
Yeah.
were getting the money for the stamps,
Yeah, and
and
I
but they
remember
were running it as a business.
right. They were talking about the people in Boston. The food stamps. See, what people don't know really, food stamps, it was never for the people. It was for the farmers. It was to stabilize the cost of the subsidized commodities that we buy. It was never for the people because they had to stabilize the cost of the commodities. The big commodities like corn, grain, rice, soybeans. They needed to stabilize that, and so the offshoot of that was we'll just give the stuff to the poor people. So therefore, we will have food stamps. Now, if they got a median income of 79,000, how are people on food stamps in Boston?
Well,
If
so
you got
cost of living, you can't live on 79,000.
right, exactly. So it doesn't matter. You will get those stamps because it's for the farmer. And like the Republican, oh, we gonna cut the stamps. They know they're not gonna cut the stamps because they know it hurts the farmers. And that's what food stamps are for. They're not for the people. They never were for the people. They're the subsidy. And then here come until we got a president that didn't know what a tariff was, and he just collapsed the whole system. And and I'm listening.
No, so the Lyndon, I can go on for the Lyndon Johnsons who instituted the welfare state and things like that, which was absolutely awful for the people. The welfare state's one of the worst things for people in general. But so you saw the video with the New Hampshire representatives basically thanking them for their poor business practices.
Yeah. Be careful where you gloat. Mississippi can do a better job than you.
Well, New Hampshire doesn't have sales tax. They don't have income tax, a state income tax. So they're more ready to build, like he said, where they're restricting. The building standards for Massachusetts are so ridiculous, it's not even funny. It's ridiculous what you have to do to build a house here. There's fees and all kinds of.
Is there any more room?
Well, in Boston, there's not much except for if you go up, right?
Yeah.
You raise it up, right? But even in the state in itself where there is space, it's ridiculous to build in Massachusetts. It's so hard. It's so expensive. This is why houses go for 700,000.
Goodness.
Yeah, they are. You won't find a new built house below 500,000. You will not.
Right.
Not even close. You probably won't even hit 5. You're looking at 700,000, probably mandatory.
Man, if you want to see something, look how they build the houses in Germany. They will build a regular stick brick house like we do, and then they will put cemented straw around the house, like a good 4, like like a bale, like a 4-foot bale around the house. Man, nothing's getting in that house. I mean, you probably won't even. Well, they don't have air conditioning in Germany, so that's probably why. It's just amazing to me.
So I want to show you. So the average cost of a home in Massachusetts says the average home price in Massachusetts varies, but recent data, late 2025, shows median single-family home prices often range from the high 600,000s to around 800,000, with some reports citing figures like 702,400 in the Forbes or over 790,000 in Realtor or Telegram for median listing prices, reflecting significant increases and variations by location, especially near Boston.
And that's not counting the land, is it?
That's you to build the home on that's the cost of whatever house you buy, if it has a yard or doesn't have a yard.
Okay, so it's including the land on that price?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But the land, you don't get land. You don't get land like that here. You don't get land like that in Massachusetts. What you get, you may get a half an acre.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah.
If you're fortunate. If you go to Western Massachusetts, you can find better deals with some land. Western Massachusetts, you can still find homes for 300,000, 400,000, but they're older homes.
Well, you got to ask, where's the money going? Because it's the same lumber that built a house for
building
200,000 in Arkansas. It's the same price there. So where's that other $400,000 going?
So here's the thing: So the building codes are stricter, and I say that because it's more strict due to energy measures. So you have to have more insulation measures. You have to hire what's called HERS raters, which are people who measure when the house is all said and done. They measure how many air exchanges come in and out of the house. And so what happens if they have to hit each town is different. You have stretch code towns and regular towns, but you have to buy the land. Then you have to break ground. Then you have to, the cost to build the house is not 200,000 here. Definitely not. Because like I said, you have to do so many more insulate. You have to add mechanically ventilated systems. You have to add
the material.
Energy efficient measures. Energy efficient systems like heat pump systems, heat pump hot water heaters, and a heat pump system here can go from probably you're looking at 50, laying the ductwork and everything, 50 to 75 grand just to lay the ductwork and the system. That's just that. Then you got the hot water heater will run you maybe about 6. So for instance, to give you an idea, if you have a new boiler installed up here, you're looking at 16 grand.
Holy cow. Just for a regular hot water heater.
Just for a boiler. No, a boiler. Like a heating system, a boiler, forced hot water. The water heater is going to run like 4 to 6 grand.
Yeah, that's about the same here.
So, and then you have the heat pump systems will run you anywhere from 30, depends on who you go with, depends on what brand. There's a lot of variables. Could get you 30 to 40,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's just for that's just for like ductless mini splits, or if you had a ducted system, that's to get a new condenser with a ducted with the actual system. So the prices here are astronomical to build, right? You look at cars are ridiculous. You can
Yeah,
go to a
you look,
dealership.
nobody, nobody new would want to go to a place like that to start a family or live there with, such
can't.
high. Yeah.
You can.
And, why would you go there instead of, you can get a yard in, in Georgia or Arkansas or North Carolina when you can get a
North
yard
Carolina
in
here is really good. I hear North Carolina is very good as far as pricing, but New Hampshire and Vermont are good places. Maine is a really good place. You can get a lot of land for a good price because Maine is like uncharted territory.
Yeah,
There's like
that's so
not
cool.
many. I mean, no, it's very it's rural. If you want to hear rural, it's rural. There's like
Mhm.
major cities in the whole state, and the major cities are like small cities. They're like maybe 200,000 people.
Isn't Fort Hood in Maine?
Where is it? What is it?
Is Fort Hood in Maine?
I have no idea.
Oh, I wonder.
So
I heard it.
yeah, those places like that, you can do it. Especially if you know how to, do the things yourself. A lot of things yourself, it can be very beneficial, but you do have to face the cold. But you get a lot of land. You can get a lot of land. You get it cheaper. It's really a trade-off what you want, right? But it's so if you look at the price of, like I said, you look at the apartments for rent. Boston's, you can rent a home in some areas for a house for $2,000. You can rent one.
Man.
2,000. Yep. That's cheap.
Yeah.
That's a cheap
Yeah.
price. 2,000.
Yeah, but
That's not
down
even in
south,
Boston.
down south, that's a mortgage for a 1,800 square foot house.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. You'll get yourself.
Yeah.
You can rent a ranch house for $2,000. You could probably do that. It depends on the area too. I mean, you'll get them for no less than 2,000 for a 2 to 3 bedroom. Like I said, ranch house for rent.
Yeah. Yeah. See, the problem we have, one of the problems we have here is people from California buying up all the land in Arkansas.
Yeah, because it's cheap.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, yeah, like my lot is 5 acres and someone tried to buy it for 55,000. That's a good price from California eyes, but it's more than what it's worth here. But they'll pay for it. They'll pay for that.
Yeah,
that 5 acres.
That happens a lot. People come in Massachusetts do the same thing. They'll buy it up cash. A big thing that's going on is they're telling people to waive the inspection, and people are buying it straight cash and flipping them. That's what's happening a lot here. They're buying them for cash. They'll put maybe a new heating system in and some fresh paint, and they'll flip it for a profit.
Yeah.
That's big.
Oh, if you have the money here, you can do that all day. You just build a one rental complex, maybe just a rental complex with 16 units.
Yeah.
And it'll cost you maybe 1.5. As soon as you're about to get done, people from California come in and buy it for 3 easily. You can do that all day long if you want to do that. They'll come in, they'll see it's done, they'll see it was good workmanship. They come in at the last day and buy it up, and they'll pay you double of what you paid.
Yeah, because that $3 million is worth.
Yeah,
It's cheap for them, especially California, like you said. California, if you're talking like Los Angeles and all, no, forget it.
And at $1,000 rent for the next 20 years, they're going to get their money back.
The taxes on it are going to be cheap, anyways. You don't have a lot of the property tax isn't going to be high like it is in California.
Yeah, no, it's low property taxes here.
Not here.
Yeah.
That's why they call it Taxachusetts. They do. That's the nickname. They tax you for everything. They tax you to breathe.
Yeah, yeah.
It's bad. Massachusetts is bad. So their sales tax is about, I think it's 7% sales tax.
hmm
7% sales tax. You got your property taxes are ridiculous.
So which
Excise
temple?
tax.
So which temple are you eyeing to move to? You know, North Carolina got a good temple, and which one are you eyeing?
Has one.
Okay,
Boston has,
huh?
Boston has one.
Yeah, I know, but you know, he's got to stay in
I don't live
Boston.
in. Thankfully, I don't live in. So I don't live in Massachusetts. I grew up in Massachusetts, and I know a lot about Massachusetts. But I work in Massachusetts. But and the taxes that I pay are ridiculous.
Virginia has a good one, and you know, they it's nice to live in Virginia. They don't have as many taxes, and they have so many they have everything. They have mountains and the beach and all of that, and they have good jobs in Virginia, especially with what you do. They have that in
What's that?
Virginia.
So I
And,
mean, but it's tough for, but it's a theme, not just Massachusetts. Chicago has the same thing. They're
mhm.
facing the same burden, and it's due to poor managing of the budget. It's really what it is. They don't want to stop spending money. They want to keep adding to the fund, adding to the spending, and that's creating more poverty.
Yeah,
Really
and they think that debt is forever, but one day you're going to have to pay that debt.
Correct. So you know, trim out the unnecessary things that you don't really need, and keep the things that you do need. Right? You know, you have your public services, your fire department, your police department, your public works, things like that. You keep those things; those are vital to the city. You know, you have your, if you're a bigger city, you have your your buses, right? You have your transit. Those are necessary for people to get around. Your subways, things like that, right? You keep those. That's part of the public works, right? Your water, sewer, all that stuff. But you get rid of the unnecessary high salaries inside of the mayor office that's not needed. You get rid of those administrators that aren't necessary. You trim the fat that way, and you'll see how much you're able to chip away because you're not spending all that money. And they just increase it. And as you heard, she increased her pay to $250,000 a year. That's a lot of money. $250,000 a year for a mayor. That's $250,000 less than the president. She's a mayor. Figure that one out. That's another thing I could go on. If you get rid of the presidents and all these governors and senators making permanent, the president gets $500,000 after he's done working in office for the rest of his life. Why does he need that? Because he served 4 years or 8 years, he gets $500,000 every year.
Yeah, I think a House rep only has to serve 6, and they get a pension.
Yeah,
I don't know how long a senator. Maybe a senator has to serve 6. They get a pension the rest of their life and free medical.
Yeah, exactly. Which
Free medical, right? Free medical and a pension. Because I remember, you don't hear about Lorraine Boebert no more, but she really wanted to win her last election in order to get that, that's 6 years. But she hasn't, said anything since she got elected.
It's grotesque the amount of waste there is for these.
Yeah, they get like 100,000 a year, pension just for serving 6 years. I mean,
That's crazy.
That's better than the NFL.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Because the average NFL only served 3 years. The average player only serves 3 years before they're cut or whatever.
It's horrible to see, but this is the fact that needs to go away. I'll be doing. I'm definitely going to be doing a couple lives on the fraud with the SNAP benefits. It gets worse than the 7 million, Pat. There's states where there's more than $7 million worth of fraud, and then the Obamacare fraud. Wait till I get to that one. That's even more disgusting.
Well, the PPP. I mean, that too. That was just the
there's
biggest
so much.
fraud ever.
There's so much. No, but they're like literally stealing from the programs, and people are footing the bill. There's a lot of waste.
Hmm. Yeah, I think the PPP was the worst ever.
It's just so bad.
Yeah. And it's a joke. It's a joke until your paycheck bounce. It'll be a joke until your paycheck bounce, and it's a run on the banks. And you know what happened in the 20s can happen again, and people don't seem to understand that.
Oh, it's going to be worse too.
Yeah, it'll be a lot worse because we have 330 million people in the country now.
Yep.
When back then it was just like 100 million.
It's a big deal, right? I mean,
Yeah.
There's also a lot more built up here too.
Well, and it's powers that be like BRICS that want to see that happen. Who's working every day for it to happen.
Yeah.
And while
The
we're
dollar's going to crash.
playing tugboats in Venezuela, these really smart people are trying to destroy our dollar.
Well,
And
they want just like the pound was destroyed.
well, yeah, well, they did it to themselves.
40s. No, that's what I'm
And
saying. The United States.
yeah. Well, Brexit did it. They did it to themselves with Brexit. They did it to themselves, and thought it was a joke.
It's the same thing. So the demise of the dollar started when Nixon took us off the dollar, took us off the gold.
Right. And and now gold's I didn't look today, but I think it's $4,000 an ounce. It's a madness.
A little higher, yeah.
That's crazy, and that's why, because BRICS is fighting to go back to the gold standard, and if they secede, then our dollar will be worthless. I say half. It's probably about 33% that it'd be worth, maybe 25.
Yeah,
So
because there's nothing backing the dollar.
right, except faith. People say
we're gonna It's like
you're going to be here tomorrow. The country's going to be here tomorrow. People say, "Well, I don't have no faith. I don't believe in God." Well, you believe in that dollar you get, so you got to have faith. You believe in that.
That's right.
If you believe in a dollar, you believe your paycheck. You got to have faith. And
agree.
the
You gotta believe that
only
you're gonna
thing
be
that
paid.
backs the dollar is that people think our country's going to be here next week.
It's slowly declining, or actually now it's rapidly declining. I would say.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
rapidly declining in many areas, but the financial part of it is if people you would see less crime. You would because people.
no, the dollar falls. It's going to be a lot more crime.
Oh, it's gonna be on a scale and it's gonna be unimaginable.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be awful. It's gonna be awful. But cities are what you're going to see. All these cities like Chicago, DC, Boston's even their murder rate went up 30%.
Yeah, Boston, Detroit, 100,000 gang members.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even drive down. You can't even drive through Baton Rouge. You got 15-year-olds carrying SMGs.
Yeah.
I mean, it's madness.
New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans, Baton Rouge. I mean, yeah.
Miami's bad.
Miami's always been bad.
I know, but it's
Yeah.
LA obviously has always been awful.
Yeah.
Oakland's terrible.
Oakland's just a madhouse. It's really bad.
Seattle.
Yeah, I'm right next to one of the worst, Little Rock. It's one of the worst cities in the country as far as crime. And and then can you imagine? Guess what our when someone's charged with murder in Little Rock, guess what the percentage of him getting convicted is in Little Rock?
I have no
Just
idea.
guess. I mean, just guess. Someone's charged with. No, good Lord, no. He's charged with murder. Guess what his chances in Little Rock to get convicted are?
To get convicted? I don't know.
13%.
What?
Only 13% of the people in Little Rock that are
Why is
charged
that?
are convicted. Well, you asked me. I mean, you asked me. We have prosecutors that don't care. We have inept lawyers, inept judges. I mean, and it's been so much abuse in the past that the juries don't know what to think because it was so much abuse in the past that the juries be like, well, you got to prove this now. And they normally can't prove it. It's just what the streets say. And so it's 13%. We had a guy, matter of fact, a guy I knew got ran over at school, and that guy got off. And he did it. And yeah, he did it. And he said, "Oh, I just went to sleep." I'm like, "What?" That's what he said. If you look it up, he said, "I went to sleep. I heard a bump. I woke up. And I didn't know what happened."
Wow.
And he was acquitted.
That's like saying I plead the fifth.
He did. He said, "I did it. I fell asleep. I heard a bump, and I woke up." And then he blamed it on his job. I had to work 12 hours or 16 hours.
Oh my.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But we're
Wow.
conditioned. The Fox News blame everything on someone else, and that spills over in the community that we are conditioned to blame somebody else.
Of course we are. Let's point the finger.
Yeah, it's not my fault.
Yeah.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I ran over that guy. My glasses were out of prescription.
Just said the guy shouldn't have been crossing the street at that time.
Yeah, or hey, my doctor should have got my prescription right.
Yeah, right.
It's
He
the
got it wrong.
doctor's
It's
fault.
his fault.
Yeah, it's his fault. So when it's not there, it's his fault. And we've become a people that it's the other guy's fault because the propaganda news, they push that every day.
Oh, big time. Big time. I don't watch the news. I
Yeah.
watch it because it's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. I'd rather do research and really look at it and check out smaller people who have like actual documentations and things like that.
Yeah, because if you get down to it, propaganda is just a system to tell you what you think. You don't decide
Tell
what
you how to
think.
think.
Yeah, tell you how to think and tell you what to think. Don't look it up. Don't follow. Just believe the TV.
You know who said that told the United States that they were going to make sure propaganda was in here and it was already in the country and we didn't even know it. You know who said that? This is many years ago.
Was it World War II time?
Yeah, Stalin.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Stalin said to the president, he said, "You guys are going to have so much propaganda and you already have it and you don't even know it."
One thing you could look up, Jeremy, is the propaganda that happened to the Tutsis in the Congo.
That would be interesting. Email.
Yeah.
Email.
The radio station started, and they don't know who done it. They think Russia, but the radio stations, a Phantom Radio, Ghost radio station, came on the air and just started talking junk about the Tutsis. I think for about 3 months, and it led to the war. And they're still studying that, how this, and they think that it was like mind control and all the stuff that they were putting on the radio station because the radio station got real popular. and they think it was like subliminal tones in the background.
Yeah.
In the Congo, and it's like a test case for human brainwashing. And yeah, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but this really happened. And they just started just bad mouthing the Tutsis, and the next thing what was it? 500,000 people killed. I mean, it's just
it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't. You don't really have to be what you call a tinfoil hat to really, because we all know they've been working on that. They work on that with television, music. We know they work on.
Oh yeah, definitely music.
We know
Ain't no
that.
doubt.
So it's not far-fetched for that to happen, because certain people also are easily to manipulate, right? The individuals themselves, as a vast majority, are easy to manipulate, and they're easy to do that to because, like you said earlier, they're so conditioned already.
Right. And then if you add in groupthink with the individual, then hey, I'm gonna go along with them. I don't want to cause no waves. But
Right.
yeah, I'm gonna send it to you because I think info did an article on it, and it's just amazing and they think that Russia was behind it because the ghost radio stations popped up. They were always talking junk about the Tutsis, and 3 months later there's a war. And
It's not surprising because look at what happened with Russia. Was it 2012 with the battle for the who was going to be the president? He got assassinated. What was his name?
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
And then look at what you have, the Ukraine war.
Yeah.
So I mean, you have that all over the place. Then you have where Trump was pushing for the guy now, and he was pushing the other guy out before, and he was pushing for the guy now in his first term as president, which a lot of people don't know. Now he's doing the same thing for this president, trying to push him out and calling him,
Yeah, because they want a puppet, just like they got in what's the country next to Ukraine? They want a Russian puppet in Ukraine. But see, what people don't know, Russia cannot control Ukraine. That will never happen. Europe will never. The EU would never allow that to happen because, like it or not, Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe and Africa. That's where all of the grain is grown. And they cannot let Russia control both the oil and the grain. And that Europe will protect Ukraine if push comes to shove, because they have to, because they will starve to death without it. And so would Africa. But unfortunately, it's Northern Africa. If it was Southern Africa, this wouldn't been going on. But with Northern Africa dependent on Ukraine grain, and the rest of Europe depending on Ukraine grain, they're not going to let
Europe
Putin.
doesn't have much land at all to grow anything.
Yeah, they don't have, and Russia doesn't have any land, and China doesn't have any land to grow. That's why.
Russia can't grow.
Yeah, and China can't either.
China, you'd be able to grow it, maybe.
Yeah, well, you can't feed 1 billion people with that.
No, you can't. No, I know.
Yeah, so that's why they have to buy American and Venezuelan and Brazilian grain, because you just like we're talking about the food stamps. 98% of our stuff is imported. It's 2% of our food is from the farmers, and they made food stamps to protect the farmers. And I mean, it's crazy. We should be growing a lot more.
We have is from here because
the meat, right?
We do grow a lot of grain. We do grow a lot of grain, corn, and things of that nature. Lettuce, things like that.
That's the only thing we can export. But like the fruits and vegetables, we get all that in.
Like your bananas, your oranges.
Yeah.
Florida can grow oranges.
Yeah.
Florida, but not enough to feed the whole country. I agree. You have tropical areas where they could grow some of those things, but it wouldn't be enough. So you have to have it important. You got your avocados, things like that. No, I agree. Those have to come from overseas. Your pineapples and things like that, different types. But we can grow like the grapes. Like California would be able to grow grapes. They
Yeah,
have
California
vineyards all
is the
over.
largest agricultural state. A lot of people don't know that, but California is the agricultural state, the biggest one in the country.
That makes sense though, because of the how big it is and how much land is still actually available and the climate. I mean, it makes sense.
Right. Yeah,
And you have Texas, which is where all the beef. That's their ranchers.
Mhm.
You have the Midwest with all the grain, the corn, all that kind of stuff. That's the Midwest, is the farms. There's a lot of farming in the Midwest. You have small farms in the Northeast. You don't have large ones like you do out there, but you have some decent sized ones here that will grow. Your apples, cranberries actually come from Cape Cod. There's a ton of cranberry bogs in Cape Cod. A ton.
Mhm.
They're all over Cape Cod, cranberry bogs. I mean, huge ones. I've driven by so many of them. So there's lots, you get a lot of apple orchards up here. You can grow cherry trees up here. You can grow cherries up here. You can grow your lettuce, your tomatoes seasonally, obviously. You can grow that up here. You can grow a lot, surprisingly, up here. It would be seasonally, but you could do it. Like this, there are small farms that do it. There's small farms that do, chickens and things like that. But you're not going to get giant ranches or giant farms like the Midwest or like the vineyards like you see in California. You won't get that up here. But that's what makes the United States so unique, is because there's so many different climates where you can do things.
Right. I don't know if you know, I'm a hydroponic farmer. I grow lettuce, salad mix, Chinese cabbage, and this year will be the first year I grow tulip flowers.
Okay.
And then we grow broiler chickens, rabbits, quail, and sheep.
Okay.
And then chicken eggs and duck eggs.
Yeah, chicken
And
eggs.
so,
That comes with chicken. Yeah, you do the meat birds and you have the egg birds.
right, the meat birds are only they grow out in 8 weeks, but the chicken egg birds they last for 2 years. But the bad thing is they don't start laying until they're 7 months old, and so so it's a lot of feed you got to give them for 7 months before they lay their first egg. So
It's crazy. People don't know that there's more yolk in farm raised eggs than what you buy at the grocery store. Because my mother she does chicken, she does eggs.
right,
She
yeah,
did
you see.
turkey one year.
Yeah, see, I have the hydroponics, so I can grow marigold, and then I feed that to the chicken, so that egg be, yellow. It'd be and so you can feed them a marigold, and that darkness deepens the color of the egg. And I'm waiting for my first ever egg vending machine, and it's going to be on the news and stuff when I get that, because
Egg
they're
vending
very
machine.
right. It's a vending machine, and then a door. Once you pay, the door opens up, and you have your eggs. Yeah, a carton of eggs in there, and you just pull it out. So
That's an interesting idea.
yeah, it keeps it cold. It's coming from Ireland. From
okay.
Ireland. Yeah, they they have vending machines for everything out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's pretty cool because you can put a picture of the bird that laid the eggs on the vending machine. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. And so, but yeah, I just tell people, if you're thinking about buying land, now is the time, because in 10
Depends
years,
on where. Depends on where.
anywhere.
Well, no, I mean, we were just talking about Massachusetts. You don't want to buy land
Right.
up here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you got a house on it that you can rent out, then you'll love it.
Well, there's believe it or not, like I said, in Western Massachusetts, there's a lot of places where you can get a lot of land. So there was a guy I was working with. He works in a different department now, but he he bought a house in Western Mass for $300,000. He was telling me, and he got 8 acres of land and a barn with a house.
Mm-hmm.
So you can find them in Western Mass. But Western Mass is secluded, and the weather depends on what part, right? So it's weird. Massachusetts, you have mountains, you have valleys, and then you don't really have much flat land in Massachusetts. It's not really flat at all. There's hills, valleys, and mountains. But the western part, if you have like the northwest corner, that's where the mountains are, right? So it's a lot colder. It's a lot different. And then you have they call that the Berkshires. And then you have what's called Western Mass, which is like Springfield and anywhere west of Worcester. And that is unique in itself because there's a lot of land. There's towns that are known for farming, like Brookfield, North Brookfield, East Brookfield. They have a lot of farms. You have places that have right to farm towns in eastern Massachusetts, but there's not as much land. Like Rehoboth, that's a right to farm town. I think there's a couple others, but they have those towns where they're a right to farm town where there's no restrictions or anything like that, really. But the land is scarce in a lot of those, so they're already been owned by, but it's unique and different.
Well, what I was saying was like in Atlanta right now, there's 2 companies. One company owned 40,000 homes in Atlanta, the city. The second company owned 30,000 homes. What the corporations are trying to do, they're trying to buy every last house in the city before you would have to work and pay rent your entire life.
Yeah.
And, with one city, 70,000 homes owned by corporations, and they just do the maintenance but they charge you rent, and they're able to monopolize the rent values and bring them up because you don't have nowhere to go. So if you can buy land anywhere, even if it's an acre or a half an acre, and put you a mobile home on it, just in case.
No, that's actually a popular thing.
Do that.
No, that's
Yeah.
a popular thing.
Yeah.
The mobile thing is popular.
Well, yeah, it's guys here. They're buying land, and then they're putting mobile homes on them, and then they're reselling them for astronomical prices. But if you could have, and even the mobile homes have went up from like 50,000 10 years ago. Now they're 120,000 or 150,000.
I seen some for 20,000
New ones
for mobile homes. Yeah.
Where? Yeah, ain't none down here. You ain't gonna get no mobile home 20,000.
Because nobody wants mobile homes up here.
Oh yeah, well yeah, maybe up there, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, but they'll have to ship it.
I could live in a mobile home. I would be able to survive in a mobile home. I don't need nothing fancy.
Oh man, they have triple wides now. They don't have double wides.
Yes, like,
they have triple wides now.
They got like 60. They're like 60 something feet long, and
80
maybe
feet.
18
80
feet
feet.
wide.
Yeah, 16. The biggest in Arkansas is 18 by 80. That's a single,
That's big.
but
That's big.
yeah, but if you get a double wide, then it'll be what's 18 36 by 80. It'll be 36 by 80. I'm glad you can count.
You don't really need that though. If you're living for a mobile home, personally, mobile home for me at least, this is how I look at it. Mobile home. If I was to do a mobile home, I would put it with a lot of land, and I just have a couple bedrooms. I don't need it very big. Kitchen, a little living room. I don't need nothing crazy because I'm gonna occupy my time with that land, so I really won't be in the house as often, right?
Well, yeah, it just like the double wides, they'll have a bigger kitchen and a bigger dining room, and they can have up to like 4 bedrooms. But if you're like entertaining a lot, or if you got a bunch of kids, and they'll have 3 bedrooms and a den, then they'll do the double wide. But then if you got so much money that you didn't buy a stick built house, you get you a bomb shelter. Are you not supposed to say bomb? What do you call those things?
Yeah, underground shelter. Yeah.
Yeah, the shelter, the tornado shelter, and and then they put a 8-foot porch around the thing, and then you have a 8-foot porch in the back, and you have a spa and a sauna in the back, and man, there people be living good, and then they be paying like maybe $700 a month
That's so dirt cheap.
on 5 acres.
That's
Yeah, you can't tell. Yeah, you can't tell them nothing. Then you just only thing is you probably have to drive to work for an hour. You get to work, but hey, you're driving to work for an hour anyway, even if you're in the town.
I drive a minimum of 2.5 hours a day for work.
Yeah, that's my goal. My goal is to put up $1 million for the because I told you before I used to have the it was a well, we did a class and it was, is your current knucklehead your future killer? And it was for women that were in at-risk relationships.
Yeah.
And so, man, that class was so expensive. Oh my goodness. But we did it for 6 months, and then I thought about if we put 20 mobile homes down on 20 acres, then the women that were coming out of the shelters, they have a 3-bedroom bath place, 3-bedroom, 2-bath home to go to, and then they could pay for it because it's only $500 a month.
Yeah,
So, and then after 5 years, they could either rent it out and move, or they can stay in it, or they can get another one. And not only would they have a safe place, a nice place, don't have to deal with because we have slumlords real bad here in Arkansas. They have a safe place, a nice place, a place to raise their kids, and and then it'll be an investment in the future, just in 5 years. So that's the goal of the second charity I want to do is 20 and 20 mobile homes will cost $1 million. 20 mobile homes on 20 acres. And they have their own little community, and they can work together, and so that's the next charity goal. Yep.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. We still got the chaplaincy. You're gonna have to convince P to come. You don't want to come no more. He's mad at me. But yeah, I would love for him to talk. I would love for him to talk to the kids because P is real, and we got to reach these kids, no matter what. Because if we don't reach this generation, I don't think we're going to have another one to reach.
Well, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. The generations they're getting worse, but no, the amount of expenses, and like I said, in the state of Massachusetts is beyond ridiculous. It's so hard. It's so hard, and the education prices are ridiculous. You're looking at like $40,000 for 1 year if you want to go to college. That's not even the top college. If you go to Harvard, you're paying $100,000 a year. You better get yourself some scholarships, otherwise it's just not going to happen, right?
Right. Okay. Harvard doesn't have financial aid. No Ivy League school does.
So you can get on an academic scholarship is what I mean.
Yeah, you can get scholarship, but like the government financial aid, you can't get that at those schools.
So they're so it's an uphill battle no matter what you do in the state of Massachusetts, and that's the problem. They've made it virtually impossible to survive. The people are at the point where they have their kids in what they call storage units.
Oh man.
Them and their kids are in storage units. I'll pop up a video. I want to show this because they'll put the extension cord.
Yeah. Oh man.
It's bad.
Man. I mean, if I was in Baltimore, I would just what was that you said? The when you use your feet to walk away?
Oh, Ankle Express?
Yeah, Ankle Express, right? Hey, if I was in Baltimore, I'd just take the Ankle Express and walk down to Virginia. I'm thinking the same thing if I was in Massachusetts.
Listen,
Just,
I'm telling.
take
Listen.
the Ankle Express
People are living
and
in
walk down to
I'm
Georgia.
not even kidding. I'm not even kidding.
Man, that's
I'm gonna try to find a video of people. So let me. I found one. It's a short clip of. It's a short clip, but it's of a news in Boston, obviously. So beware.
Of the housing crisis, people are turning storage units into living quarters. Boston Inspectional Services and police, though, are shutting down this dangerous situation. WBZ's Julie McDonald is live tonight in Boston with the changes underway. Julie?
Well, Liam, they told WBZ, a nearby business, that it was everyone who had been living here was offered to be taken to nearby shelters. I did speak with a couple who has been living here. They were seen leaving, their arms filled with bags, walking away from what's been home for a year. How long have you been living here?
A year.
Jose Rivera and his wife, just two of those, made to move out Wednesday from the storage unit on Mass Ave. He says they'd sleep there during the day and take off at night.
You're supposed to leave after 10 o'clock, right? So we do. We leave before 10 o'clock.
Inspectional Services was there Tuesday and found several units being used as living spaces, complete with curtains, coolers, food, and even electrical extension cords.
I've called and I've made many complaints about it.
Jamal Herring spends hundreds of dollars every month storing his belongings. Every time he visits the unit, he can't believe what he sees.
And you go in there near the bathroom and it's a long line out there, like people getting up, waiting to go to work or something.
He and others familiar with the area say this has been going on for years.
I mean, I know from years ago, people used to sleep across the street in the U-Haul vans. People break into anywhere to sleep. People do whatever they can to get by.
So after Inspectional Services' first visit, when they made the discovery on Tuesday, they were back here this evening for a follow-up inspection. They say that all of the units being used as living spaces have been emptied out. They told us that we can expect more information from them tomorrow about what else they found. Live in Boston, Julie McDonald, WBZ News.
It's bad.
It's horrible, man. But people gonna do what they have to do to survive, and man, that's terrible.
Boston's in rough shape. It's no joke.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, you're a husband and you have a wife, and I know he feels bad because you want to provide for your wife, at least a roof over your head, and I mean. If you're in a place like Massachusetts, man, it's almost impossible.
It really is. You need to be like, you have to make.
To make the money, then you have to prove it. Then you can't have nothing on your, your record. You can't have nothing on your credit. I mean, and then
The minimum wage is in Boston or in Massachusetts.
I think the federal minimum wage is $7, $7.25.
State minimum wage is $15 an hour.
Holy cow! Yeah,
$15 an hour, but you got to look at the pricing.
Yeah, I mean $15 an hour. What is that? 30,000 a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you can't afford a $7,000 apartment on 30,000 a year.
The
That's for
studio
sure.
apartment was 2,600. A studio.
Mm-hmm.
That's you have your bedroom is
That's
it's all
24,000 a
one
year.
room. Yeah. You
That's
have to make an average if you that for a single person, you need to make if you're living in Boston, you need to make
They want you to make whatever your rent is every week. So you
200.
have to be making, 2,200 a week. So that's that's 8,000 a month.
Yeah.
And who makes that unless you're making 100,000 a year?
Yeah. So you can't if families forget it, Boston. You forget it.
Yeah.
You got to feed 2, 3 kids. You need 2 or 3 extra bed, 3 extra bedrooms.
Yeah, don't have a girl and a boy.
Right? Because at least if you have 2 boys,
Yeah, you have 2 boys. That's only one room.
I had to do that with my brother. I know how that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, bunk bed, and we had to share a room, and that room was tiny. But hey,
You grew up there?
I grew up in Milford. It's a town, but even there's expensive. Anywhere in Massachusetts is expensive. That's why my mother left to New Hampshire. Plus, it's quieter in New Hampshire. She's got a log cabin, which is nice.
Is Connecticut and Rhode Island close to
I live in
Massachusetts?
Rhode Island. Yeah, they border it. Yeah.
Oh,
I live
okay.
in Rhode Island right now, so I don't live in Massachusetts right now. Rhode Island is so you have Massachusetts, and then you have to the north is New Hampshire and Vermont directly connect. New Hampshire's like the central to eastern part, and Vermont is the central to western part of Massachusetts. Then below the western part of Massachusetts to like central borders Connecticut, and then Rhode Island's like on the eastern part that it borders. And then upstate New York also borders all the way to the end of Massachusetts. You have some part of upstate New York borders it. So there's 5 different states that border it.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's Connecticut depends on what area you can find some decent. Rhode Island was cheap, and that's even getting expensive. Third floor apartment in if you go to Providence, it's expensive. But third floor apartment, you're looking at if a two bedroom, you're looking at $1,800 a month.
Yeah, my daughter lived on a 3rd floor apartment, and I said, "You gotta have to move because I ain't walking up these steps no more."
It's bad. Those are old.
I mean, man,
They're
those
old.
steps were like, yeah, I was like, good Lord.
I had a friend that grew up. He moved to Lynn, which is north of Boston. That's a rough city too. But the staircase, I think it was on the 2nd floor. I helped him move, and it was one of those spiral staircases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How you gonna bring down the sofa? How you gonna bring down the sofa on a spiral staircase?
It wasn't like a spiral staircase that you see in like a regular house. It was decently wide, but it's still spiral. It made it difficult. It was rough. But yeah, so Boston's all old apartment buildings that are run down. The ones that you saw were new built ones. The apartments don't look like the ones that you saw. They don't even look halfway as nice. They're run down, drop ceiling tiles. Yeah, they're just old horsehair lath and plaster walls, no insulation. It's bad. It's bad. The apartments that you get are crap. They're garbage in Boston.
Yeah, New York too.
Single pane windows. Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's no nice hotel in New York. Not one.
There might be. I mean,
No. I mean, well, yeah, you're talking about my wife now. She likes staying at the
yeah, very much.
Waldorf.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, so
I'm
the
not doing
Waldorf
that.
Astoria, what?
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. She can forget that.
I'm just saying, those are the only ones that are nice. Other than that, you get
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, like presidents stay there, so I guess they gotta be nice.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. They have the rat catcher. He has a permanent job.
Crazy.
In New York. He has a full-time job.
So, but I'm gonna wrap this one up, Pat.
All right, man. Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna get that infographic to
Yeah.
you today, tonight, and tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll send it to your
I'll
email.
look into it. Yeah, no, I'll
Yeah.
definitely look into it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, man. You take care, man. To the audience,
well.
y'all be blessed. God bless you.
You as well.
And
God bless you.
all right. Bye-bye.
All right, peace. All right, so brothers and sisters, I hope this was informational for you. Do look into it yourself. Do your research. I advise you, wherever you live, wherever you stay at, get more involved or more educated in what your local politicians are doing financially, because it's a bad thing across the board for they run the cities and the states very poorly. They overspend. There's a lot of waste. I hope you got some good information, some help from his lives. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm trying to do this because I want to educate. I want to educate people with certain scenarios and certain things, so you guys are better equipped and you're able to see things. Thank you, Twin. Thank you. All glory to God for that. But I love economics, and I'm, for some weird reason, I don't know, I love economics. I'm very fascinated by how it works. I like numbers. I like to figure out. I like to learn, right? I like to educate my brain. So as I'm on these long drives, I'm checking these things out. But I want you guys to be educated and helped as well, because this is important as a natural thing for people to be educated, to be helped in these matters. It's very important. And, I look forward to continuing to expose some of these frauds and things like that. I'm going to do a little bit of that coming up. Like I said, I'll have more on the SNAP benefit fraud that in a couple different states. I think I'm going to combine the Minnesota and the California one on the next one, just so that way we can get a broader perspective. And then I will do the Obamacare fraud and get into that. And I hope you guys enjoy that. I hope you guys, it'll open your eyes to see that not everything that Trump does is bad, but he does do a lot of it. I don't agree with his foreign policies by any stretch of the imagination. I don't agree with him continuing to feed the war machine. That's awful, especially after he ran on he was going to have peace, which we know was going to be a lie. But I do agree with a lot of his tactics on trimming the fat and getting rid of the unnecessary spending. I do agree with that. But like I said, I don't agree with everything he's about. There's balance, right? But he's not all bad, but then again, he's not all good either, right? So point out the good and the bad. We could do that. And let me know if you guys would be interested on any foreign policy type things, maybe some things that the United States are getting into that you may not be aware of. Let me know. I'll be more than willing to do a little research on it and dive into it. I did like the immigration laws. I thought that was good on one of the lives where we compared immigration regulations, laws, and stipulations on citizenship. I did find another one of the same guy on a different. he does all the Asian countries. So I did find another one on him that was pretty fascinating. But you know, we'll dive into some things. Maybe we'll get a tinfoil hats on. No, I'm kidding. But no, we'll Lord willing, we'll come up with some different topics that maybe some of the holiness platforms haven't touched yet. I kind of want to, you know, every one of the people who have their holiness platforms do a good job in their area, and I kind of want to branch out into other areas, because the other ones that I was doing the same of as Brother TNT has, he's got a good set thing he does. Brother Tony Harvin does. C-Rock has his own little things, right? So you know, Tyree and the twins and Brother Bob T, they all have their things that they're good at, and they do a well job. So I don't want to overdo it, and I want to let them handle certain areas, and you know, they do a great job. So shout out to all of the sisters, Sister Elvira, Sister Paulette, Sister Mother Shelley. Definitely check out their channels. They do a great job for the ladies, for all the sisters and mothers. Check out them. Even the brothers, check it out. So you might have a better understanding of what, you know, the ladies are going through, the women, you know, and support them. So shout out to all the brothers and sisters and all who tuned in. And I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was informational for you. Lord willing, until the next time, this is Brother Dunbar signing off with another episode of Exposing the Works of Darkness with Brother Dunbar. So Lord willing, until the next time, peace be unto you.